here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of
الفيجياس ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار. يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش، هي اليمين ولا مين. مروان من البطروت الان حملني ما تقولش في الحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is our second week of the second week of the second phase, right? Whichever way you want to call it. This is of course going to be our very first day of that second week / second phase for the PMPL Africa fall 2022 season, and we're back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, in the first week, we had quite a bit of a dominating performance coming through from teams like Slime4 KT, Titan Gaming, as well as the players then from Leaders Esports as well. And then, of course, you know, moving into the second week, this is where we're going to be looking to see whether or not these teams are going to be able to uphold that momentum that they were able to establish in that first week. But also, we're going to be turning a little bit of focus onto teams like Desert Flame, Zero Tolerance, Legends of War, and then, of course, also Darkness, to see whether or not they're going to be coming back much stronger with an increased pace moving through into this week, like we saw from them coming in that fourth and fifth day of in our very first phase. My name, of course, is DK, and I'm joined by the one and only Sproxy. Now, as day one, second phase, right here, how are we feeling?
We're feeling very, very good. The teams really showed some great tenacity moving into the later phases of last week. Of course, those final pushes really came through from almost everyone and everyone. We saw that, surprise performance from Desert Flame, from Virtual Gaming, even Super Young Stars stepping up to face their own obstacles. So massive improvements from the teams. And I am thinking that they're going to be bringing that same momentum moving into the second phase.
Yeah, I got to say, moving to those later ends of the week, things are really starting to look quite amazing. But of course, I also like to take the moment to remind our viewers of our socials. So be sure to head on over and give them a follow. And while you're there, tell us what you're most excited about to see moving into the second week. Tell us, which team do you think is going to be the team to end up at the top of those overall standings for the second phase, or second week, whichever you like to call it. Be sure to include the hashtag there, PMPL Africa, and you can do so over on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. So be sure to reach out and tell us what your thoughts are and what you're looking forward to seeing moving into this next week. But of course, now is speaking about the next week, the next phase, right? As we know, it is here. But let's have a bit of a look and see what that format is. Just to remind the viewers once again of what we have coming into this season of PMPL Africa. Of course, we've done away with our Super Weekends. It is now just 5 days of non-stop action, the teams making their way on through. But what's also nice is, moving into the second phase, we have shuffled up our groups. So the teams that we had in Group A, for instance, last week, they are not necessarily in that exact same group. And as we know by now, the map order will also be changing on a daily basis. But at the end of the phase, the teams are able to secure themselves a few additional bonus points based on their ranking coming through from that particular week. Now, that will be the option across all three phases, all three of our first weeks. But then also, the teams will be awarded bonus points based on their overall ranking in the league stage itself. So in total, there are up to 80 points up for grabs for these teams to progress forward into those finals then.
Absolutely. And we were messing about and saying, listen, we wonder if the same team is going to come week after week to actually manage to get one of those best case scenario bonus points. And at this point in time, that will have to be Slime4 KT, as they ran away with their bonus points in the previous week with a maximum number of 20 after all of the games, including the extra map of Livik. So if Slime4 KT brings that back, maybe we might see a best case scenario.
Yeah, we definitely could that. And of course, let's take a quick look at the calendar as well, just to see where we are and what is yet to come. So we are going to be starting off the second week off with the action right here, following on with that, moving into tomorrow. But then we're going to be taking a quick day of a break, right? A quick little bit of a breather there before returning into our final 3 days of action, after which we'll have an entire week of rest before continuing on with that third week. So I'm expecting quite a bit of homework to be done, especially between that second and third week kind of shift, that gap that we've got. But as we saw coming through just last week, we already had quite a bit of an increase in these teams' performances between that Wednesday and Friday days as well. So a lot to be looking forward to, but essentially, right, being the first day of our second week, we now need to see how the teams are looking to come into this very first day, as they've had that day of rest, and of course the teams are competing for their share of our prize pool. So let's take a look at that as well.
Absolutely. Massive prize pool into this season. Of course, a total of $150,000 that will be split amongst the top teams. But of course, 1st to 20th will at least garner you that extra $2,500 in the back pocket already. Whatever is on top of that is going to depend on your performance. If you get into the top 16 into our finals weekend, of course, you could be finding yourself in first place with that $10,000 bonus. And of course, extras and extras and extras is all we love to hear about. MVPs will be picking up $1,000 as well, and the winner chicken dinners will award them a certain amount of that $45,000 as well. So a lot of math, and thankfully, again, DK, I don't have to do it.
Yeah. I'm so happy that they're not relying on us to do the math because I'm pretty sure there was quite a few people that would have been upset had we done that. But of course, speaking about math, right, it continues as we move into our points and even more math on the table as the teams will have to utilize the point structure to ensure their placements on the overall rankings. Of course, our larger maps are going to be worth 15 points for the winner chicken dinner, after which it trickles down all the way to 0, as we can see. And of course, Livik, slight bit of a change up with regards to the point distribution, with Livik starting on 10 points and then making its way down to that bubble at the end. But the ever-essential 1 point per elimination is still going to be in play. And as we saw, coming in to our very first week, we had a few teams really looking to break the bank with the amount of eliminations they could secure. And with that, one team stands out in particular for me, and that's none other than Titan Gaming, right? Ending our week on nearly 150 eliminations to their name.
Absolutely. And another team that, just shouts out in terms of the other points is Slime4KT with their placement points. I mean, always staying so consistent, making sure that they're in the top 2, top 3, etc. Picking up, I feel like they got the first 200 points as we moved in, thanks to a majority of their fantastic consistency into the games.
Well, this being the second phase, second week, let's take a look and see what our new group structure is and where these teams have moved to. Of course, we start off the week with Darkness, Virtual Gaming, One Round, and Slime being situated in Group A. We can see Titans having moved up into B. We've got Blackjack joining them, as well as Team Myth and Legends of War. C is going to be consisting of Zero Tolerance, Arab Golden, Leaders Esports, as well as Soul Esports. We've got 1 million, Desert Flame Esports, TEAMLAG, and Wave Esports situated in that Group D. And of course, our final group is going to be Mad Knight, Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, and VST Gaming. So I think the shuffle is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to be able to cope with that, a little bit of a shuffle coming through. At least by now, they should be accustomed to the map rotation that we are going to be working with.
Yeah, but of course, because they're in the different groups, some of them will have to miss out on certain maps. Some will have to miss out on that Sanhok action on a day-to-day basis, and the rest of the teams will have to wait for the day after. So it is a little bit of change in terms of when you will be getting your opportunities. Ultimately, looking through the map rotation as we've gone in the past week, everyone pretty much has the same opportunity and they play the same amount of maps every single day, so they can bring back their best performances and hopefully pick up the most amount of points. But maybe this little bit of a group shuffle will be what really steps up or sets the bar apart for some teams, and maybe what topples the others.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot left to see what is going to be happening. Of course, let's take a look at see how many points the teams were able to secure in that very first week. Of course, this is going to be the running score, the overall score for the entire league stage. But these scores are not really going to be changing up all too much for the second phase, right? As we know, second phase has got its own points, but Slime4KT able to establish themselves or assert their dominance all the way on the top of that leaderboard with 301 points. We know before we stepped into Livik, they were sitting on 293 points. So those few additional points they were able to just lock in, really elevating them even further up the standings with regards to points.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, getting so close to 200 with those placement points alone, definitely the highest out of the rest of the teams. Well, with a little bit of a contrast in the form of Titan Gaming picking up that 148 in terms of eliminations. So again, you see that shift in focus from these teams. Slime4KT, for me, especially made their final push towards the latter half of the first phase and really brought in the energy and just the explosiveness they needed to get themselves to the first of the overall rankings. So very impressed with them, and of course a lot of the other teams stepping up in their own fantastic ways moving into the latter phase of phase 1. So my question is, okay, well, you've already set that bar, you've already had that first phase. How are you going to translate that into the second?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try and replicate those efforts once again, but the team's already proving themselves to be exceptionally competent in accomplishing just that. But of course, we also then have to give a big shout out to our sponsors. Well, second page rather. Wow, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm so excited here. We need to take a look and see what the second page looks like as well. Of course, we have our teams from 9th to 16th position. But one thing that I want to add on to this as well is aside from the points the teams are accumulating in this season, right? The previous season, the spring season, those points are also then at the end of the day being tallied up to see what the team's overall PMGC points are, right? Because we know that is also coming on a little bit later in the year as well. So not only are the teams playing for their positioning on the overall rankings, they're also looking to add on as many points as they can to that big overall tally combined with last season's points.
Absolutely, and we know that from previous season there was some absolute forerunners in terms of the points that were picked up. I mean, I take a look at 1 Million Esports, who had an absolutely dominating league performance, picking up those 500. What was it? 500 and something
81.
ridiculous 81 points. But overall, I think they landed on 700 something plus. But again, thankfully, I don't do the math. As you take a look at the last page, however, these are some of the teams that for me really stepped up, especially towards Sunday, moving in. Desert Flame making massive waves, moving into at least 17th position, and an opportunity for them to take that further. Because now, all right, you've had those games where you've stepped up the momentum, where you've had your first initial successes. Now you need to move that even further. You need to get yourself, okay, from second to third place. Let's go for the winner chicken dinner. Let's go for those massive games. They're going to catapult you into the second phase with a momentous start that you can just carry on through.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm definitely expecting the teams now moving into the second week, the second phase, right? They've already had a bit of a opportunity to get themselves accustomed to what to expect from the opposition, seeing that no one is going to come into this PMPL, playing it a little bit more reserved, right? We're seeing teams really stepping out, showing a lot of aggression, really utilizing those tactics, looking to get themselves into a few more favorable positions. So I'm quite excited to see how that will translate moving into the second week. But of course, well, now it is time to thank our sponsors as well. So first up, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But aside from Monster, right, we also need to show love over to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. Now, if you ever were curious as to what they look like, they are right there in amongst myself and Esmery, or S-Proxy, whichever way you want to go at it. But yeah, some really exciting sponsors to have part of these events. Now, as we are getting closer and closer to jumping into our very first map of the day. Now, we've been talking about those map rotations, talking about teams having to adjust continuously. Let's now take a look and see what the schedule is, just to remind our viewers what to be expecting.
Ooh, so of course a little bit of shift up. Yes, I mean in terms of the last week, this looks very familiar, but as we know, those A, B, C, D, and E's, they've changed in the meantime. So the teams that are actually going to be playing these maps will be very different to last week. Of course, starting off with that Erangel moving into Miramar, we have a little bit of a green break in the middle with Sanhok, and then we pretty much just repeat and switch it around. So the rest of the teams very balanced, I would say, distribution of maps. We have a very good spacing in terms of, the a little bit more close quarter maps to a lot longer, more calculated approaches that we would see on Miramar. So the teams, as we like to say, they have a little bit of a breath on Miramar, and then they go back into the jungle and have to fight it out all over again. But as you've mentioned, the groups have changed. So I'm very curious to see how this first day of the second phase is actually going to translate compared to the first day of last week.
Yeah, I mean, you and me both on that one, right? As we know, looking at last week, that was the point at which we saw the players from 1 million just blowing us away with an absolutely insane performance, dropping those 32 bomb pointers, of course, coming in with the 17 eliminations over on Erangel. Looking at what we have today, yes, 1 million is going to be out on the battlefield once again for our very first match, but we've already been seeing so many other teams looking to be pretty tough contenders when it comes to showing that dominance, moving out onto not only Erangel, but the entire selection of maps that we've got. So I think it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge for the players from 1 million looking to replicate those efforts once again. I'm expecting a really strong show of aggression coming through from Titans and Slime, as they've already been able to assert those dominance positions coming through in the overall rankings. But as we now move into our game, our very first game over on Erangel, we get to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in, what the teams will have to work with. Then, of course, we're going to be waiting to see where that first initial flight path will be appearing. But again, this is going to be the essential match, right? The very first one of the phase of the week for the teams to now lay down that foundational point.
Lay down the law, as I like to think about it. The teams have to move in with a momentum that they want to carry through into the rest of the week. We saw some teams like 1 million obviously starting on a much higher, start than what we would have compared to some of the other teams, picking up 2 winner chicken dinners in the first day alone. Saw them really catapult their standings, and moving into now, well, the second phase, they've dropped off a little bit. So curious to see if they're going to bring back that explosive energy once again. But there's a few teams that I am keeping my eyes out for. I mean, I'm for Titan Gaming, we keep talking about them, and what makes them such a terrifying opponent is that they're so tenacious in those final moments. They really just will not go down. Even if there's just one player left, they are not out for the count just yet.
I mean, speaking about tenacity, right? I'm also curious to see what Koa is going to be bringing on through, as we did see an absolute insane amount of damage being dealt there by Koa. Morteza, of course, is going to be our headshot leader, with Koa then taking the lead once again with the total amount of knockouts that they've been able to secure, 47. I mean, 7 ahead of Puncher. I think that says quite a bit, right? Because Puncher themselves already being a super aggressive player, but they will have to showcase those talents across the field. As we can see, our zone also now taking a bit of a swing up towards that northwestern side. And, this is kind of, clean slate, another opportunity, but of course, that extra additional knowledge and experience now coming through from the very first week.
Absolutely. They had yesterday to go through the VODs and to maybe just polish up some things they would have wanted to change moving into the second phase. We already saw the likes of Super Young Stars finding their nemesis and finding the answer to their nemesis in the form of virtual gaming and understanding how to handle their aggression towards Saverni. So we already see both of these teams actually changing up their drop locations this time around, and Super Young Stars already keeping their crosshairs just peeled towards BGS as they make the rotations coming on through. I saw a little bit of cover there, so that threw me for a loop there. But I'm very curious to see how the teams will be responding to the changes that they've experienced in the first phase.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a change in the drop here for Blackjack. As you can see, Phoenix and MG, wow, out in the open by Phoenix, stepping up. Putting in a little bit of that pistol action there, getting the knock over on towards Koa, and this is definitely not what we were expecting to see in our very first game, as it is going to be the end of the road. Koa getting taken right on down, but a nice start coming through for Blackjack. But right, they found that first elimination. Now they need to look to see whether or not they will be able to replicate the efforts and just build on what they've already garnered so far in this very first stage of the game.
Yeah, so Slimeful KT, unfortunately, will be just running away with one less player, and I mean, what a player to drop earlier on. So, yeah, it feels bad, man. But again, it's Slimeful KT. We've seen what they've been able to do with or without Koa, so they'll bring in that action regardless, I believe, and we'll see if they can bring in some good points on this first Erangel regardless. The rest of the teams, of course, very spread out approach in terms of that central band of Erangel. We do have that zone a little bit more towards that northwestern side. So they're looking for a bit of a quick rotation into the zone. And so far, I mean, other than Slime 4KT just being a little bit more spread out, I'm not seeing any major changes other than, I would say, Desert Flame and potentially Zero Tolerance as well with their current drop locations.
Yeah, there's definitely been a little bit of a change, but Desert Flame not venturing too far away from what they normally do, right? Still held up within that Gatka position. But looking at where the zone is currently situated, I think 1 million are going to be looking to really step up the defensive performances, right? They really came to the realization in last week that they're going to have to work their butts off to secure strong points, right? Because they're not going to be able to come in as strongly as they did early in the spring season. Instead, now fall season, the teams they're going up against have all now been able to get a lot more experience. They are a lot more calculated in their approaches, and that's going to result in a way more challenging performance coming through. At least now in this first. After that first week, moving into the second week, but of course, we could still have quite a few adaptations coming through these teams still.
Absolutely. And if we take a look at some of the teams already, we've got Virtual Gaming and Blackjack Esports just picking each other apart a little bit by bit by bit. So far, Blackjack, of course, has unfortunately lost that confirmation to Virtual Gaming. And they are looking to potentially just catapult that even further as they move closer to Yasnaya Poliana. So just going to keep an eye out on that one. As we know, that is the location of Slime 4KT. So if they do venture in, might be a little bit of an interesting third-party action.
Yeah, it could definitely be. And of course, now as we jump over on towards Zero Tolerance, one of the teams that we said, we want to see that extra push coming through as they make their way into this week, already situated down towards that kind of Primorsk Quarry region, are going to be looking out to get themselves situated as they start rolling on forward. They could have a bit of a potential play over on towards Flick, who we see situated just up ahead of them. But again, right, nothing really showing all too much just yet. But this is where we get a bit of an indication as to what to be expecting from the pace that the teams are going to be looking to establish for the second phase moving forward.
Yeah, and something that I'm very curious about is, of course, Desert Flame and Super Young Stars. As we've mentioned before briefly, they've had to overcome their own obstacles. For Desert Flame, it was, of course, the entire obstacle of Slime 4KT, who keeps finding their position and keeps, finding those rotational eliminations as they rotate into wherever location they want to hold. And for Super Young Stars, it was that obstacle in the form of Virtual Gaming, who
Mm.
we saw them actually managing to overcome in the later phases. So we'll talk about Super Young Stars a little bit later. Now we talk about Desert Flame, of course, moving into this match. They had such good momentum on Sunday. Do you think it's possible that they can take that and just sort of pat themselves on the back and say, "Listen, we're here. We are competitive.
Mm.
We are at the level that we need to be. Let's just start this week with that same momentum."
I can't see why not, right? I mean, all these teams we know in here are super capable of accomplishing that, right? No one individual team, I feel, is in a position where we can really single them out and say, this is our best team at this point in time. We've seen
Yeah.
the lobbies proving to be super contentious coming through from that very first week. And now as we move into the second week, I'm expecting, as I've said, a continuation of that. I want to see the teams now just building on that foundational kind of groundwork that they've already been able to establish. And looking at the rotations that we're having already, right? Nothing major has happened just yet, but the team's definitely looking a lot more cautious, right? A lot more calculated. They don't want to be the next team to get caught out. They want to see that all the homework that they've been able to do with those VOD reviews, the analysis, all of that now being put into action. As we can see, Desert Flame, they've got themselves situated, but not playing the same rotations we saw from them looking at that very first week.
Yeah, they're looking to ensure that they don't, as you mentioned, not have the same mistakes, not fall into the same scenarios that were a little bit out of their control, if I'll be honest. I mean, falling into a third party, shootouts, what are you going to do? If you're going to be getting a third party happening while you are trying to fight another team, rotating out of one engagement to another, there's certain things that you can't control unless you shift those rotational paths, unless you get a little bit more information, maybe, just play this a little bit more calculated. And I feel like we're already seeing that, at least that mindset change coming through from
Mm.
Desert Flame, which is exciting, especially for any of the teams in PMPL Africa 4, because we've seen what they can do in the past. We know
Mm.
that the capabilities are there. So very, very curious to see what this first day of games are going to look like. And the zone is, well, behaving for the time being.
Mm.
It's centering up and giving the teams a good rotational path.
Yeah, and that's of course going to be the cue for 1 million to potentially try and rotate up on towards Everest as they usually do. We see Lazy Boy already taking that rotation, moving up to the top of the hill, but they could be rushed by so many other teams held in the vicinity. We of course also did see the place there from Arab Golden and Seoul Esports situated all the way down towards that Sosnovka Island, and they are running into a little bit of a bottleneck trying to get themselves situated up on towards that bridge and rotated securely in towards this next phase. But again, looking over on towards this western side, Zero Tolerance, maybe just a holding here. It seems like this is kind of the thing for Zero Tolerance, right? A western edge. Because we see them especially adopting that position over on Miramar.
Oh, they love it on Miramar. When we take a look at those rotational paths, we can barely see them on the map because they're just hiding in the west. So, absolutely, this is becoming a theme for them. Curious to see how they're going to bring that through on Sanhok, maybe. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be their entire theme for the rest of the maps. But I am loving that they have managed to at least overcome some of the rotational potential obstacles that they were looking at. Legends of War also moved into that location there, and Zero Tolerance actually managed to pick up an elimination from that. So that's already a good bolster to their foundational points moving into this next rotation, which could see them eyeing out Lag's current location.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it could be a little bit of a contentious position towards that hospital. But now, as we jump more in the direction of Cube and, of course, our container yard, we can see the players here from one round being situated, keeping a very watchful eye on virtual gaming position just across the waterway. But we're not seeing such a strong concentration of teams situated towards the north, right? A lot of the teams more focusing their efforts, getting themselves position in towards that more centralized region, especially now that Everest is going to be in play. They know the importance of such a vantage point, and you can see them already trying to anticipate a potential play to come from this. But of course, at least for the time being, it's going to be one round having to find a way to get themselves situated a little bit more further down towards that southern side, and that could result in them looking to find another bridge to push across.
Absolutely needed to get those rotations in. Of course, Titans one round rather. This is gonna catch me. I can feel this. Okay, this is gonna catch me so much. But one round making a rotation into the zone, of course, from those Georgia Pool containers. Currently just behind, I mean, Wave Esports just to the left of them. It's Slime for KT as well. And a little bit more towards the south, right up ahead of these respective teams. We, of course, have Leaders and Blackjack in the vicinity, just looking for some locational objectives that they could work with. I mean, already one round finding a connection on towards Wave as they move into that location.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about moving, it is going to be the players here from Seoul we see wrapping around that southern edge, trying to push towards those western angles. Of course, quite a bit of a opportunity lies towards the west. We can see it being pretty vacant, right? Not a lot of oppositions currently being held. Instead, the teams, as I said before, are going to be focusing their efforts more towards that centralized zone. But we are waiting to see where our second shift is going to be taking us. And of course, the teams now having to turn their attention slightly more towards that eastern edge. But here we go. The aggression now starting to mount as one round and Wave are looking to just tighten up this altercation. Ivar, of course, going to be sending out a beautiful nade, finding that knock right down on towards Chico. But already quite a bit of damage being dealt to the team. And if Slime for KT, no strangers to any third-party actions, right? They're just going to be hanging around off in the vicinity. But up comes a beautiful spray from Ivar. Finds a quick little bit of a trade, now needing to defend the staircase. Finds the hits up into Night, gets the confirmation locked in as well. They're going to be looking to push it all the way through. What a contentious play this is coming through here from Ivar.
Yeah, Ivar now holding such a good angle has really given a little bit of the fear into one round as they make the rotation. But the drop down is there, and unfortunately, the wrong window was chosen for that drop down. Eflex already primed and ready for that contention. But hey, as they're trying to finish this all up, as they're trying to tie a nice little bow on top of this third party action, well, we see Slime for KT just rolling up on the opportunity.
Yeah, and again, they're coming in with quite a bit of a spread here, right? Just trying to encircle the players here from one round. And, fortunately, they've only lost one player, so they still have three to try and bring up a bit of a strategy here. But I'm expecting quite a bit of chaos and quite a bit of punishment as they vault out that window. As we can see the shots already starting to get sent across there from Pronto's side. This is Slime's opportunity now to look to constrict their current kind of spread here. But they need to be careful, as we can see, right? It is going to be a few third-party heads now coming in from Leaders. Esports off in the distance. Shadowin driving it all the way through.
Oh, I do love this. The team's already picking up some of those sneaky angles. We saw some of those long distance engagements already, with some of the longest eliminations going all the way up to 300 meters. So these teams are definitely, well versed in the art of long distance eliminations. So Darkness now, Shadowin in particular, just looking for Pronto, just the tap away, and Pronto will be going down to Eflex thanks to a helping hand from Darkness. So Slime for KT now, unfortunately, to the one man that needs to bring it all back.
Yeah, I'm loving the pressure being shown here by Shadow and just trying to keep those those angles really locked in. But Plaza instead is going to be focusing efforts a little bit more towards the west right now, trying to play for that longevity, not wanting to suffer the similar fate as the rest of their team. But again, we were talking about teams really bringing in a more aggressive stance, really upping the pace. And that's what we're seeing being pretty evident right here. Leaders, they just want to roll through with that momentum they brought through in our very first phase. And one round, also not going to be looking to try and close that one up. But Zero Tolerance and Desert Flame getting ready to face off a little bit of a position towards that more centralized region while we wait to see where the next zone will go. But Glassa sends out the molly, finds a potential position to play out of here. But Paradox now looking to create the opportunity out in the window.
Oh, absolutely. The angle's going to be there, but unfortunately for Paradox, there's a Blackjack. Well, this is gonna hold me. Desert Flame are just hot on the trigger. They're so peeled and ready for this opportunity now. Nade's getting sent on through, and the confirmation is going to be there. Zero Tolerance now sent back to the lobby. In the meanwhile, we do have Darkness as well pulling up and just giving a bit of a helping hand. So just behind Desert Flame, of course, they do need to keep an eye out that, well, Darkness is luring, and they do understand that they've got that information, so they're going to be taking that rotation rather into the zone.
Yeah, but a good start there. Definitely looking at Desert Flame. I mean, holding that position, not letting that rush come through and go in favor of Zero Tolerance. But now as we look a little bit further down, right, the team's having to reposition the zone. Of course, doing some fantastic things, taking quite an aggressive shift all the way down to that southeastern side. But here we have the place now from Seoul looking to defend this rotational kind of, passageway as we have the players from Legends of War and Virtual Gaming still trying to find that pathway to work out in their favor. Here we have one shot now down in the trenches. The vehicle is smoke, and this is a little bit of a risky vehicle to be utilizing at this point in the game.
I'm just loving that we've got like the X Games mode. We've got a vehicle in the trenches, we've got one just running over. It's absolute chaos. But as you can see, Titans now holding a wonderful angle here towards one round, and a Moha, potential knock and elimination is always going to be welcomed for the side of Titans as they move on in for the confirmation. Bam, Teak is already there. Chico and Eflex a little bit further out. Of course, we do see Chico as well knocked, so it's not looking too great for the side of one round as Eflex rather prioritize that zone rotation, but they move in pretty close in proximity to Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking at these positions, it is going to be somewhat of a challenge to try and solidify any angles at this point. But we can see 1 million also rolling up in the distance there. Desert Flame, everybody situated on this western side, trying to lock in those rotations to get them situated. But here we go, a little bit of a drive-by spray down coming in. It's going to be Darkness now on the defensive as Alpha Luigi falls alongside Gaddafi. And this is what we want, right? Teams just looking to break it up. And that is a great show of defensive strategies coming through here from Darkness.
Oh, I love it. We saw Darkness picking up some of that momentum, and now they're bringing it even further. Desert Flame, in the meanwhile, haven't found the best of luck. They pulled up right alongside 1 million, who have been holding the line ready and waiting for them. It's Klasa now, left alive to hold the dreams here for Desert Flame as they move on through.
Well, let's see whether or not those dreams are going to become reality as the teams continue to advance further and further up. That zone is going to be restricting the options for these teams once more. But now Darkness, where they really have to try and defend this western edge. We can see we've got 1 million on the approach. Soul held up right here alongside them. Of course, the players from Leaders just situated slight bit off in the distance. But look at the sprays, though, coming through. Soul now also starting to fall victim to Zalal's spray downs. The blue zone is going to take a bit of a swing, but let's see whether or not Darkness will be able to close up this altercation before that zone gets anywhere near them.
Absolutely. They want to hold this line because if they can take out Soul, they give themselves that space needed to the rest of the zone as the next shift is just around the corner. They now know that they actually have the line of rotation that Soul might have to take, so they have a potential here to keep Soul out of the next phase.
Yeah, there's a lot of power now riding on Darkness, as we did see that zone all the way up on that map now, just taking a bit of a move back over towards that eastern edge. But it's going to be a beautiful bombardment of utilities from the side of Soul, looking to create a bit of an opening onto the players from Darkness. Quite a bit of damage already being dealt, but not succeeding in securing those eliminations. Instead, it is going to be Omar to get traded down as Zizals just pushes on forward. Comes in with some great utilization of these M4s. But now Rauf waiting to see what Darkness is going to try and attempt here. They are also starting to run out of time, as that blue zone is not going to be waiting around for anybody.
Oh no, absolutely not. So just going to be adding some fire to the already amazing blaze that we're seeing here between Seoul Esports and Darkness, fighting for their opposition and fighting for their position into the next phase. Of course, Darkness still holding all of the power and control, as most of their players still up and Adam Donizala that's down now. And just the absolute damage coming through here from YC.
Oh, and down they go as Iron steps up with the Iron Sights. They're locking in those shots. Down goes Rauf as well, and Hemo, the final contender left for the side here of Seoul. Let's see, will this come to fruition as they are looking for the opportunities, but Darkness now feeling the urge, the sense to get themselves repositioned now, just trying to keep their back to that zone, focusing their efforts forward. But Legends of War, rather, situated on that very edge. Also down below, it is going to be Leaders now looking to also sneak their way on through. Flick, meanwhile, will get traded down as Darkness looks to descend down upon them. Ghost finding the sprays on Flick. And this could be that opportunity now for Darkness to secure themselves over on towards this western edge of the zone.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on in, we've obviously got Legends of War just sneaking in the grass. He's getting all of that information. As there are some Darkness rotations coming on through. Iron going to be the first to drop down to Power Boy, who is ready and stepping up to the challenge. But they need to be careful. The more that they step up, the more that they won't reveal their current position here. Darkness are moving into mid as well. I mean, they're just taking a piece of anyone right now.
Oh, Ghost is going to be taking anything that moves at this point in time. Of course, now Farok also trying to reach across, looking to avenge their teammates. Not quite sure where this one is going to be going, as we see the players there from Lag also starting to move into position. Titans, meanwhile, will be looking to just secure that slightly northern territory. But here we go. A very, very tight lockdown on that region. But as we jump to the north, it is going to be Leaders now feeling the pressure as Titans come rushing on forward. And with that, it is going to be Carry Boy and the rest of the squad to get taken down.
You didn't even get to finish your sentence there. They were taken out in a matter of seconds. Titan Esports moving in with some massive, massive ferocity into the zone. And they will be one of the first teams to actually step themselves into safety and take control of that next phase shift. The only other team to really rival them is, well, the lonesome of Eflex from one round. And of course, we've got Myth here still looming at the grasses, looking for those final confirmations.
Yeah, and now that zone is going to be throwing a few spanners in the works. But before we get to that, it is going to be Ghost, though, to find a quick little bit of damage, but essentially gets taken right on down. But as we now look on towards players here from Team Myth, right, they're looking to kind of lock down the southern approach. But it's going to be a Ramsey can get traded down as the App Golden team reaches up. Lag also rushing on forward. And we're seeing such an increase in performance with these teams from the first week into the second. But look at that moment. Also now getting traded and almost confirmed up.
Oh, all of a sudden, they are just not in position they would have wanted to be. Now, Arab Golden up to the next play, try to step up. But unfortunately, they can't quite catch at least the velocity that Blackjack Esports are just running away with. Now, hopefully they will be able to get those reses in so they can get their numbers bolstered moving into the next phase. Because, of course, we know we have two teams still with full numbers leading into this final phase. We're looking at, of course, the Titans themselves sitting with such good numbers.
Yeah, already on those double digits. In fact, they are sitting on 11. It's going to be Buncher now looking to just keep the ball rolling here with the aggression. Finds a bit of a spray down on towards Lag, but now quickly repositions themselves into a more favorable setup. Titans already got the zone under lockdown, starting to spread out, locking in as many angles as they can manage. And this is where it's going to be quite challenging, especially looking at Blackjack and Lag, right? They're going to be having such a challenging time to find any substantial positions moving into this next zone.
Oh, absolutely. Moving it on through. Titans just trying to find the final nail in the coffin here of Blackjack Esports, who, well, gets sent back into the lobby. Now we're looking at Lag and Titans to see who are going to be our reigning champions, our first champions of the second phase.
Well, here we go, right? Not much left to discuss. As you can see, both teams sitting on 4 players apiece. But up comes the rush now. A9Q getting taken right on down. 1-9 and the rest of the players now having to keep the defenses strong. But Teak not going to allow any of that as they just rush on forward. Jumping at the opportunity so much so that he almost clutches out the entire team. But with that, it is going to be Titan Gaming to lock it in and secure their very first winner chicken dinner. But doing so with an absolutely phenomenal 18 eliminations.
Well, Teak picking up 8 eliminations, P6 picking up 7 eliminations. I mean, what more could you have wanted? Wow, Teak honestly just looking like no one could stop them in that moment. You know, just get out of my way. I'm here for a winner chicken dinner. And wow, fantastic opportunity here from Titans. Picking up their first winner chicken dinner compared to the first week in a much quicker succession. And again, a very good performance from the rest of the teams as they moved into those later phases. Great to see Lag, you know, in contention for the top 2 spot.
Yeah, definitely a great increase in performance that we've had. I mean, quite a surprising turn of events coming through there from leaders. As we know, last week, first match, it wasn't them playing at all. They were situated over in Group E. But now this time, stepping out, having the opportunity to kick off this first match, Titans just come in swinging, just absolutely demolishing anything and everything that moves against them. But what I really liked about this rotation, especially looking at Titan moving into this later phase, right, was the fact that they were situated already up towards the north. When the zone went north, they had it under lockdown, and all they had to do was just ensure that no one gets over that edge. And with that, they were able to secure themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner.
Oh, it was a fantastic performance. We can take a look at those match rankings just to see exactly what points they ran away with. And 33 to make a start, make a splash into the second phase. I mean, DK, how do you feel about that? 18 eliminations enough for you?
I mean, that's a little bit disgusting, right, if I'm being honest. But it's the good kind of disgusting. But what's also absolutely fantastic to see is Darkness locking in 10 eliminations, putting themselves on 11 points in total alongside Blackjack Esports. So this is the kind of step up that we want to see from teams coming into the second week, really looking to break the mold, breaking that association we had with them in the first phase, and even Desert Flame rising to the occasion alongside Legends of War. Legends of War walking away with 6 points. Desert Flame securing those 5 eliminations, also sitting on a grand total of 6. That is what we want.
Absolutely. A very good mix of teams compared to what we saw in that first phase. And this is what I'm loving. We were asking that question, is that momentum that we saw moving into Saturday and Sunday going to continue into the second phase? As we take a look at that second page, of course, some of the teams not having the start they would have necessarily wanted, but I'm seeing a good amount of eliminations spread up amongst the teams who didn't necessarily make it into the top placements regardless.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a bit of a surprising positioning to see come through here, especially looking at Slime for T's point where they ended up. But you know what? It is only the first match. It doesn't say... it's not the end of the world, if we can put it that way. So there's still going to be quite a few opportunities still left in today for teams to kind of patch this up. And looking at the performances we saw coming through from that very first week, first phase, that is without a doubt within the realm of possibility for all the teams situated on that second page. So, you know, the next match is going to be the one where it's at, right? Moving over into Miramar, a little bit of that desert action. We look to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. And of course, speaking about which, we are going to be taking a quick look at a few of the beautiful highlights we had. I mean, definitely a strong way to kick off the action.
Yeah, Blackjack Esports just rolling on through, taking out Koa. So that was already an idea that this map was not going to be what we've been seeing, what we've been expecting. Moving into these teams, just absolutely dominating the performance. And as we saw, Titans from the get-go, at any given moment, at any given engagement, they were looking like they had exactly the idea, the exact execution they needed to take.
Yeah, I mean, as we know by now, Titans no strangers to showing up with a very, very strong presence. We saw that being super evident coming through in our first phase. Of course, locking in 148 eliminations in total. And they were just able to push that effort even further, right? Kicking off first match, 18 eliminations to their name. If that's the way they're starting off the second phase or the second week, I don't even want to know where they're going to be ending up once we reach that day 5. But as we've also seen, there's still going to be a lot of changes coming through as the teams are adapting to this new kind of shift moving through. But let's take a look and see what the overall rankings look like now that we've, popped in all our points. And it's going to be Titan Gaming just sitting 3 points behind Slime 4KT.
With 4 winner chicken dinners to just open up the tallies as well, of course. 166 eliminations, DK. Oh, that That is a scary number to look at. But of course, Titan Gaming not done with their, their absolute barrage of domination as they move into the first map of today. Of course, we'll see if that's going to continue on Miramar. The rest of the teams, of course, not too far behind. I'm especially looking at leaders in 1 million who are very, very close in contention, just 3 points separating those two. So we'll be curious to see how that moves as we move in through the rest of the day. But we're seeing a very good start so far.
Yeah. And that's the kind of play that we want to have, right? Teams really looking to kind of patch things up. Slime still holding strong there. But, I mean, we need to take a look and see what that second page is looking like, right? We haven't had a lot of changes really coming through on that very first page, right? There was quite a bit of a disparity already with those points, but nothing too crazy. But as we move in towards that second page, this is where those changes are going to be becoming a little bit more evident, right? We still want to see the players there from TEAMLAG, Golden, Mad Knight, and Super Young Stars looking to just push themselves a little bit further up the overall rankings. But one thing that we do see, though, is TEAMLAG. They jumped from 14th up into 13th place. So we are having a little bit of that movement happening now.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel like the last page will give us the best idea of how much movement we are yet to expect. Because as we know, with 16, we're looking at 79 points. And when we last saw the overall standings, we knew that the last 4 teams were all at least above those 60-pointer mark. So it's a very close contention when we look at the rest of the teams that have to close that gap today, like Desert Flame, like Darkness, who already started that first Erangel with such an explosive start is the best way I can put it. I'm curious to see how many points they're obviously going to accumulate, and we'll thankfully take a look at that in a little bit and just see how close they are getting to that 79-point marker.
Yeah, well, speaking about points, right, this is where we see a little bit of that now being evident. Desert Flame just trying to creep up a little bit further. As we know, they came in sitting in 17th, they're still in 17th, but they've got more points to their name, right? Darkness also now looking to apply the pressure, starting off the day over in 20th, now jumping up into 18th. So this just shows to the unpredictability of the team sitting a little bit further down, right? The mentality shift that we've had already based on this first match is looking quite favorable for Desert Flame, Darkness, Legends, and of course the players coming through from Zero Tolerance. So I'm super excited to see what they're going to be bringing in just today's remaining games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we already have our, quote-unquote bottom 4 teams picking up some fantastic domination, getting into the top 5 slots almost immediately from our first map, can you imagine what the rest of the day is going to be looking like? Of course, moving into Miramar as well, moving into Sanhok, these teams definitely look like they've revitalized themselves. They've gone back to the VODs, polished off whatever they felt that they needed to polish, and they brought a very different, state of themselves into the second phase. Again, we will continue to ask this question as we move into the rest of the maps, because same for Titans, same for Desert Flame, same for anyone who's just made a fantastic performance. Can they keep that up while the rest of the teams are also adapting?
Yeah, I think the key here is going to be that consistency, right? Because as we know, they will get rewarded for that. And of course, they've got 20 games for this entire week to try and improve the point situation. Already the teams coming in quite strong from that first week have an advantage, which is quite obvious. But, sometimes we have to state the obvious. But this is going to be a great opportunity for the teams, as we've said, a little bit further down the leaderboard now to close up those gaps, patch up any loopholes they could find, and look to just show up so phenomenally and prove themselves to be some pretty tough contenders, because we know they are, right? We've seen them in previous seasons. We've seen what they've brought to the battlefield, and they are quite deserving to be all 20 teams that are currently participating. So this second week, I think, is going to be where the pressure is at, right? The teams really having to double down and focus all their efforts on just exceeding the expectation.
Absolutely, and the expectation has already been raised quite significantly. As you mentioned, the team set a fantastic bar moving into the first week. I mean, for teams like Slime4KT, who had to do that initial catch-up, they've already done that in the first week. For teams like Titans, who also started really well, then, met a little bit of that trouble, had to be the survivors for a while. Now they're looking to be the dominators. VST also started off fantastically. And, I mean, they were one of our most consistent teams, and they also felt their own obstacles. But then, over towards our bonus map, on Sunday, rather, they were actually the winner chicken dinner winners. So there's a great level of adaptation that is coming through from these teams. I feel like we're not just seeing them making use of those break days and bringing in those fantastic performances, even as we move from map to map, as we move from day to day, right back to back, we are seeing the teams immediately change and fix what they can, at least identify to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah. But I think it's also a healthy showing of the potential within this region, right? The teams showing that adaptation, showing that ability to kind of mold themselves to what challenges they are having to face. And so far, we've seen that result being pretty evident moving through the entire first week, right? What we had it on day 1 and what we had moving into day 5, completely and utterly different performances. Already now coming into the second week, the teams have just pushed that bar even further. But that's going to make things quite exciting as we get closer to our second match. But before we get there, we are going to be taking a very brief break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just a start. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This, of course, is our first day of the second week, second phase of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa 2022 season. We've already concluded our very first game, and now we're getting ready to move into our second match to see what the teams are going to be bringing through for the remainder of their performances. And, of course, speaking of which, we are going to be taking a quick look at that schedule as well. Just to give you an idea as to where we have been and where we are going, of course, already. As I said, right, we closed up Erangel. We're heading over in towards Miramar. But we're going to be following that up with a little bit of that jungle action before returning back over in towards the desert and Erangel once again.
Absolutely. So the teams are going to have an opportunity just to, shake things up. We went from Erangel onto Miramar, giving yourselves a little bit more of a breather, some space to work with, some long distance engagements. So hopefully that will give them that space that they need to bring in the performances for the teams who didn't quite have the start they wanted to on Erangel. And of course, we know Group E was sitting out on that first Erangel. Now they're going to be stepping into the fray while Group D takes a bit of a breather and gets ready for that Sanhok action.
Yeah, and it is going to be quite exciting having, all our teams now already being in a position where they've had that opportunity to play. So now we're going to have the players from the side of Mad Knight, Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, and VST Gaming joining us in the fray, looking to see who will be the team to assert their dominance moving into Miramar. And of course, this is going to be our very first Miramar for the second phase. Looking back at last week, that's where we saw the players from Titan Gaming locking it in with that winner-winner chicken dinner and 13 eliminations to that. Already, they've locked in one of those winner-winner chicken dinners in our very first match, but we'd love to hear what our viewers' opinions are. And who do you think is going to be the team to walk away with that winner-winner chicken dinner in our next match? You can do so by reaching us on social media. You can include the hashtag there, PMPL Africa, alongside your prediction, and you can give those to us on either YouTube, on Facebook, or on Instagram itself. So be sure to head on over and give those a follow if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, there's some great content on there, especially the Instagram pages, the TikTok pages, all of those. There's some really, really good, interesting information in terms of just how the teams are performing, in terms of the heads-to-heads that we see with the eliminations, the damage, the fantastic eliminations that we've been seeing so far as well. So keep an eye out on those very, very entertaining infographics as well. And some interesting and funny highlights from time to time where the teams do crazy things like flipping their vehicles, left and right. We love those as well. But looking into Miramar, of course, as we know, we mentioned, of course, Titan took that first winner chicken dinner last week, and this is where we started to see that theme for Titan building in terms of them being the survivors, being the tenacious team that will just not go down. Now, once again, we saw that dominating presence from them moving into the finals of last week, into the final weekends, the final moments. And they've already started with that moving into Erangel. So I'm curious to see how the teams will be able to answer that aggression of Titans because, I mean, Teak and P6 are just on fire at the moment. They picked up 7 to 8 eliminations respectively and didn't look like anyone could stop them because why would they?
Yeah, I mean, speaking about Teak and players, right, being a little bit cracked. Well, before I get into that, we also, of course, have to give a big shout out to our sponsors once again. So much love going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But speaking about the players, like you were talking about right there, and we're touching on Teak and P6 that we were seeing looking absolutely cracked, right? Teak was actually one of the strong contenders, pushing for that MVP position in our very first week, with P6 being not too far away, just a little bit further down. I'm pretty sure P6 was at least within that top 8 contenders for our MVPs, but we had such a strong showing coming through there from Koa and Morteza, who just lined up the damage as we saw in those beautiful graphics on the screen while getting into our very first match. And I'm curious to see who's going to be that next contender to rise to the challenge, right? Is Koa and Morteza and Teak going to be able to show that dominance for this week once again? Or could we have another rising star stepping up, looking to just upset the tables a little bit?
Yeah, we had some fantastic, individual performances last week as well. I mean, I still think back to Virtual Gaming and in particular One Shot taking out the entirety of Super Young Stars there on towards Miramar, which we're going to be heading into as well. So there's a few individuals that definitely stand out to me that I'm very curious to see if they will continue that and if the teams will be allowing that to happen and continue. The shutdown also needs to come back because we saw that shutdown happen, of course, for Slime 4KT with Koa going down so early on towards Erangel. That was a little bit of I wouldn't say a stopgap, but it definitely did sting a little bit to lose a player so early on. So I feel like if the teams can actually manage that, target those crazy individuals before they get going, we might be seeing a little bit more of a contentious, final moment or final zone.
Yeah, well, all will be revealed momentarily as we are, of course, going to be heading right up into Miramar to see what action the zone and the flight path has in store for us. Of course, we're going to be starting our flight path up into the north, as we can see that flight now, the plane moving its way on through, starting all the way from that Torre Ahumada / Oasis kind of position, and it's going to be heading across Los Leones towards that southern edge. So a relatively decent flight path to get into our very first Miramar right here, right? Not too limiting, especially looking towards that western side. So, Pozo still being in play, Monte Nuevo being an option, Trailer Park also still being an option. Well, with a little bit of assist coming through there from the vehicles. But just to build on what we were talking about, right? Teak, Koa, Morteza, here they are again, leading the pack there with the sheer amount of eliminations they've been able to secure so far.
Your Teak sitting on 58 eliminations. So just adding another 8 from that previous Erangel and seeming to have no end in sight currently. So what we do know from Titans is they do generally at least favor that trailer park location, and then they rotate a little bit more towards the southern port and tend to find zero tolerance as well. So I'm curious to see if those changes are coming through. By the looks of it, we're already seeing zero tolerance taking a bit of a rotation towards Campo Militar. So maybe we might not be seeing that exact western rotation coming through from zero tolerance after all.
Yeah, but one thing that I am definitely noting is that the teams are bringing in a slight adjustment with regards to their drop locations, right? Nothing drastic, but just enough to confuse the opposition, right? Because as we know, we all can sit and do our VOD reviews, and we do the VOD reviews as well, looking at where the teams like to drop, where they like to go, how they like to rotate. But this is kind of a thing that I've noticed so far, is the teams already looking to change it up ever so slightly, just looking to add that extra level of, unknowingness to the whole situation, that extra bit of uncertainty as to where you could be expecting to see a team moving towards.
I do like that. I feel like it's better that the teams are just immediately swapping things over rather than waiting until it's too late and then not having that surprise, momentum, just not having that ability to actually stay a more contentious competitor. So it's great to see Zero Tolerance already seeing like, okay, we keep finding Titans making their Western rotation before we're ready with our loots. Let's rather take a bit more of an Eastern approach up towards Campo Militar, and that's also a really good job site in terms of just how many teams have actually been making use of it in the last week as well. So you can see that they've done their homework. Super Young Stars also a little bit closer just to the south of Zero Tolerance, making that rotation there. So curious to see if they're going to be finding each other. But even Titans, I mean, they went down south immediately. Their whole idea is always drop first, get that rotation, get in those vehicles, and just be on the ground, boost running, trying to find a good position.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a saving play, at least for Zero Tolerance, right? As we know, they're not going to be having to worry about Titans in near them, at least not for the near foreseeable future. But looking at the positions that we have within the zone, it's still looking very respectable, right? We've got the players from Team VST situated up in towards Monte Nuevo. We've got Triple moving up in towards that power grid position. And then, of course, we can see Mad Knight also trying to just lock down the kind of Picado angle. But again, right, not going to be having too many contenders. And the same goes for Arab Golden, situated all the way to the north up in La Cobreria territory. So I think at least the starting point of this game is going to be quite gracious to these teams, right? They'll have the opportunity to get themselves looted. And then from there on, start to focus their efforts on those more positional plays.
I'm going to put you in the hot seat a little bit because you always put me in the hot seat. So if we're taking a look at the current zone, where are some of the positions that you would say are at least more favored for the next of the teams? And don't be too cheap and easy and just say center zone, okay? I want some good information.
I would definitely say the kind of high ground territory between Monte Nuevo and Chumacera. All right, it happens to be center zone. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But
it's okay. I'll allow
it's
it.
not because it's center zone, right? It's purely just for the vantage point. And then I would go from there a slight bit towards the northeast. We also have those cliffs that are situated just towards the southwestern side of Power Grid. I think those 2 points, especially looking at where the zone has formed up, those could be two favorable positions to be holding, especially, being in a position where you could leverage that high ground elevation, just find that extra bit of range and identify threats before they get to you.
Okay, I like it. Good explanation. Good explanation, and it's actually backed up by what the teams were doing yesterday because we had quite a few of those southwestern zones on Miramar, especially starting in the first phase, and then we would see teams opting for that earlier rotation to Minas del Val, to Macera, as you mentioned, Val del Mar, just to hold that high ground, just to hold that ability that okay, well, if the zone is going to be shifting in this location, at least we're set up sooner rather than later because that territory and that terrain can be quite challenging to actually navigate. So once again, just to add on to what you said, but so far some of the teams setting themselves up nice and early, as we saw leaders just doing a peekaboo to Legends of War.
Right. Yeah, leaders on Legends, right? We've seen them go at each other quite a few times before, and it seems like that's going to be a little bit of the trend coming through into today as well. But Flick managing to just get themselves out of that pressure position while the rest of the team has instead moved a little bit more towards that territory that I was talking about before. But of course, looking over in towards Picado, right? Mad Knight, they have this entire region for themselves. No one's really rotating up into the vicinity. We have the players from leaders situated slightly more towards the west. And of course, Triple Esports now starting to approach from the north, but they have not yet locked in their position. So Mad Knight still have a few options to play at here.
Yeah, looking at this as well, Mad Knights, I feel like have also made some good, at least progress in the last phase. They started, especially towards that weekend game, that weekend set of games, to push into the top threes, to push into the top placements, to find themselves a good set of eliminations that they've had to manage time and time again quite well because they keep jumping into these crazy third party scenarios where they have to manage so many teams in the final moments. So I'm curious to see if that's going to start off. And for Phoenix, yeah, having some engine troubles, or is it just me? Yeah, it's just me.
Yeah, I think maybe the car just doesn't want to start. Let's just go with that, right? And let's just say that's the issue that they are experiencing there at the current moment. But of course, as we look a little bit further afield, it's going to be now leaders quickly trying to patch themselves back up. Already sitting with that one elimination under their belt. And they are going to be presented with a few more opportunities to continue to try and rake in even more of them. As we are not seeing a super aggressive send from the teams around them. But they are on the move, right? We do see that mobility coming through. The team starting to make a bit of a play here. But the same is going for leaders. They are going to be focusing their efforts to try and stay as mobile as they can, at least for the time being. And one round Knight trying to jump at a quick opportunity at Zero Tolerance to now find themselves in a little bit of trouble.
Knight is a little bit further up than the rest of the squad here, so is going to be taking these engagements, at least for the time being, fairly alone. Of course, Paradox is quite low. Zone's going to be, slowly but surely chipping away as well. The rest of Zero Tolerance have moved in a little bit closer to La Cobre area, moving in a little bit closer towards Crater Fields as well. So Paradox here in this situation, I don't really see a res coming through. Skydo has been a little bit closer, but they obviously moved into the zone as well. But one round, at least, being able to pick up a sweet little elimination here.
Yeah, and as we know, at the end of the day, that is what's going to count for the teams, right? Managing to find those eliminations, but also focusing a little bit of effort on those positional plays. As you can see, Zero Tolerance, they're going to be opting for a little bit more of a western angle, western position to come on through, opting for El Pozo, and maybe looking to push even further afield. But VST, they've got themselves situated up in towards Monte Nuevo. We've got the players there from Virtual Gaming alongside
and moving into territory they might find themselves just behind Virtual Gaming, but the rest of the teams, of course, finding that good center zone position there towards Power Grid. As we know, Triple Esports, they're absolutely zone blessed, and they're going to have to manage that blessing, as a lot of the teams are going to be moving into that territory. Already seeing Seoul Esports jumping just behind Triple Esports, so we'll see if they're going to be finding each other. The rest of the teams making their rotations through. Seoul just keeping a watchful eye on Myth as well as they manage this territory, moving in. A lot of teams within this vicinity, this eastern part of the zone. And as we take a look at it, of course, Zero Tolerance still yet to find their placement in that zone. Hopefully they'll be heading a little bit more towards the northwestern side, closer to El Pozo, looking at just how the zone has shifted. Good bit of spacing there that they can make use of. Super Young Stars, they also have to join the fray. Might be just behind Myth as we take a look at it, but there's a few stragglers on the outskirts of the zone here.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a few stragglers. That's just going to add to the excitement the teams will be experiencing towards that center area. But here we go, right? Triple now pushing themselves up on towards those potential elevations, with Soul now hunkered down in the bowls. And, I mean, this entire power grid area is going to be quite a challenge, as we can see Hemo now just up ahead, having been spotted there by Kimo. But that M24, ooh, just need one clear shot, and that could be one is going to come through from Triple, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, Soul not going to be tempting fate, as they are just trying to find any potential positions to play at. But fortunately for them, looking towards the western edge, there's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief coming through. But now, 7, Reef, perched up high, going to be looking to capitalize on this elevated position, comes in with the SLR, aiming down on towards Kingerman, potentially. Let's see, will they spot that rotation? No, it is going to be Mad Knight to escape, at least for the time being, with Agent 47 in a little bit of a tricky position coming through here.
Yeah, this is very familiar to what we saw with Paradox, and I think it was also Mad Knight in that situation, and also Agent 47 in that. No, it was N9Q. But moving into this, I am curious to see how they're going to manage that situation, because the problem with those high-rise locations is looking straight down is not only exposing you to the rest of the teams around you, but you don't always have that angle to work with. And talking about angles, Koa here now having to manage quite a few.
Oh, but look at this. E-Flex trying to come in with the strafes. Unfortunately, there's no match there to Koa, who just finds the trades. And we see Chico also quite low on their health bar. Up comes Knight now, looking to be the next contender. But Pronto able to evade the majority of the carnage coming through. Up comes the Russia's Plaza, looks to find the opening, finds the angle, but down they go. Chico looking to strike back. Koa now having to quickly try and patch this one up as they move in alongside Storm, and there we go. A quick vehicle explosion just to try and close that one off. Meanwhile, Pronto now in a spot of bother here as Knight has found the hit, and now looking to drive that one in. Here we go. Slime now looking to keep the contention as high as they can manage it. But unfortunately, they do lose Pronto to the fray.
Yeah, and for Knight, unfortunately, he's lost, well, the rest of his comrades. Now looking as the last remaining hopeful for one round. And again, the opportunities that lay in wait here compared to just taking the disengage and rotating out, Knight will have to weigh that up for themselves at this point in time, as we do see the rotations moving on through. A lot of the other teams as well finding some good success with those rotations, picking up some early eliminations. I'm taking a look at leaders now finding Blackjack Esports, and hey, even Puncher picking up a nice bit of an airdrop action there. So quite a few eliminations that are going to be jumping up on the feed.
Yeah, but this is going to be yet another trying position for Blackjack to see whether or not they can get this one locked down. Leaders really trying to light this one up, right? As we've seen them showing up so aggressively, but it's going to be Phoenix. Oh, to get traded there by Morteza. As the shots connect on through, it is going to be Carry Boy to lock it in. And now it all turns to Zane and Coronal to see whether or not they can maybe keep the players here from Leaders Esports at bay. But I can tell you now is that is going to be quite the tall order, because Leaders, they've got their eyes set on this compound.
Yeah, we've seen what leaders can do in the past. They've had some massive performances, especially towards Miramar. I feel like one of the first winner chicken dinners we saw was with leaders heading in that momentum towards Miramar. So moving into this now with 3 players up and just the 2 to face here from Blackjack Esports, they should be looking for that trigger at any moment. Of course, we do have a little bit of a third-party action in the form of Soul Esports pulling up on this terrain and just watching what is happening. It is looking like an absolute party up in this building.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a saving play, especially now for Blackjack, right? Seeing that we have Soul Esports on that ridge, but it also puts Blackjack in a little bit of a sticky situation because they are slightly elevated in comparison to leaders. So that could mean that Soul would be able to spot them before they actually spot the players from Soul moving forward. But you can see Rauf holding that steady position. We got YC, Twix, and Hemo also starting to move up. But all the action is also drawing a little bit of attention coming through from the players of Legends of War. We can see them just off in the distance. So this could actually result in quite the chaotic position.
Absolutely. As we take a look at this, of course, leaders just trying to manage the expectations here. As we know, Blackjack Esports just above them, Soul right up ahead. So rotations out of this compound will also be incredibly difficult, even if they do manage to take out Blackjack Esports here. So looking for a little bit of an angle. It's going to find just one towards Rauf, just giving a bit of a haircut there. Maybe a little bit more than a haircut. But still, the numbers, at least in terms of against Blackjack Esports, is in favor of leaders. The numbers against Soul, on the other hand, that is a question mark, because again, Soul Esports, they hold such a good angle onto leaders right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, but this next zone could definitely be a little bit of a kicker, as it does just solidify the continuation of this altercation, right? These 3 teams are going to continue now with the efforts, as we can see Zane keeping a very watchful eye to see what is going to come through from Soul. But we are, of course, seeing a few showdowns happening towards that eastern side as well, with the players there from Myth and Triple. But this is now going to be that rush coming through from leaders as they're looking to breach up. It is going to be Chronal and Zane trying to keep all these angles covered, but up comes the third-party angles being utilized by Soul, and Carry Boy also now discovering that it is not going to be as easy as it is Rauf. Just up ahead, finding a bit of a pressure point, but Arab Golden also now sneaking with those third-party hits.
Yeah, Arab Golden is going to be the sigh of relief here for leaders, or at least Blackjack. We'll see how that's going to turn out in the building. Of course, Chronal and Zane still up in the higher pressure as they take that rotation in. Leaders holding the line, just trying to find someone in the smoke at this point in time, because it's absolute chaos. But Zane will go down. It's only Chronal still left up alive, at least until I finish my sentence.
Yes, that's always how it works, right? We're busy with something, and then the teams make us swallow our words in one foul swoop. And with that, it's going to be Arab Golden now looking to rush even further forward. Soul Esports still going to be looking to capitalize on this third-party angle they have here, but it does seem like Arab Golden not going to be too centered on this potential play here. We see Angelo moving into another area, of course, that finds them Now, not too far away from Slime 4KT, but this is where the party just lights up, right? Slime down to 3 players, already sitting on 5 eliminations to their name, already coming in with such a drastic kind of approach moving through into this game.
Slime 4KT holding the line here towards the northern position. Of course, Seoul Esports, we know. They have been waiting for this position. They have been holding this control for so long. They're not going to be looking to give it up anytime soon. Titans, in the meanwhile, pulling up on Darkness location, taking out one, looking for the confirmation onto Ghost as well. While the rest of Darkness move on out. They're not looking to stay around here. They want to just hold off and keep an eye out on the prize, which is of course going to be placements moving into that next phase.
Yep, placement's definitely going to be worth the hustle here, as we can see. It's going to be Darkness losing Ghost at the hand of Titan towards that western side. But as we jump towards the western edge, it's going to be even more pressure now being applied here as one round gets taken right on away. 0 tolerance. Looking to get a bit of an anchor point set up. They pull in alongside the players from Virtual Gaming. But Virtual already have themselves situated in this compound. And this is where the challenge comes, right? 0 tolerance, they have these ridge lines to try and utilize. But seeing that Virtual is so condensed within this compound with a slight bit of a off angle being played here by one shot, it does make it super challenging for 0 tolerance to secure a good entry point.
Ooh. Taking a look at this now, 0 tolerance taking a very wide spread out approach as they try and understand just some sort of navigation they can take into this angle. One shot, of course, player that we've highlighted in the past before, managing to just take on entire teams, at least from what we've seen so far. Now looking to do the same here to 0 tolerance. VST picking up Legends of War, making those rotations into the zone from that northwesternly position. So also a bit of a threat here to Slime 4KT, as we know, who are also trying to vie for an opportunity and a position within the same location.
Oh, but there we have it, right? It is going to be altercations across the board. Everyone putting in their orders. VST now trying to just show a little bit of a push on towards Legends of War. Oh, but there we go. Powerboy finds a strafe, but gets taken down by the nade. Mowing now coming in for a little bit of a rescue here. Sends out those smoke grenades. Will this be a bit of a frag grenade now to find the damage? Doesn't seem that way, but we can see it's a boot locked in with that Mark 14. Mowing able to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, moving in for a quick little bit of a rest there, bringing the team back into contention, but they're not out of the woods. We are going to be seeing the players there from Slime 4KT now also just pushing on them as well.
Yeah, it's a bit might have gotten that, just that trigger, that warning that it might not be worth it to try and get the res on Suzuki just yet, because that third-party action is just around the corner. Powerboy, of course, keeping their eyes trained, and going to be taking a little bit of a buggy rotation, trying to get out of the situation. Straight up into Koa's crosses, unfortunately, though, so not sure how long Powerboy will be lasting. Ooh.
Well, not long. Right, there we have our answer. It is going to be Legends of War getting taken down in that 14th position. Down to our final 13 teams we go. Already, as we can see, Slime 4KT riding high on 9 eliminations. Just one away from hitting those double digits once again. But now, they are facing quite a bit of a challenge. But it is going to be It's a Boot to get them onto that point now. Turning their attention on towards Virtual Gaming as well, as Koa is not going to stop just then.
Koa sitting on 7 eliminations. The entire Slime 4KT sitting on double-digit 10. So again, this is why you want Koa in your midst. This is why you want him alive, to be able to do what he does. Triple Esports, of course, trying to hold the line here against Mad Knight, with Seoul Esports just behind them, just on the back line, trying to move in. Kingerman going to be the first to step up here and hold the line.
Oh, that's what we love to see. Kingerman just trying to line those up and does succeed in getting that confirmation. But like goes the rest of Triple now. Agent 47 on the defensive line finds the hits onto Black, and down they go. Triple now reduced down to 2, so it is going to be the final duo left there for Triple Esports. Looking to lock it in. Mad Knight also having to make a bit of a play here. 2 players left. Will they be able to succeed? Triple holding quite a favorable position here, but neither of these teams have been able to secure themselves moving into that zone. We also then see the players there from Virtual Gaming getting taken right on down, but up comes the sprayers. M7 now looks to hold strong. Agent 47 gets caught out in the open, and this is the beauty of this phase, right? No matter where you go, you are going to get spotted, and you will receive a few of those sprays in return.
As we said, it's going to be a difficult one to navigate for any team at this point in time. Triple Esports now at least pulling up towards Super Young Stars with a quick dash with those vehicle rotations, of course. It's just 2 up against the 3 of Super Young Stars who have the information, they have the angles. Now they just need those hits. Going to be finding one. It's going to be Kimmo who's still up and Adam, but a quick pop from Messi is going to be the confirmation onto Triple, who now, well, that provides some sort of spacing at least for Mad Knight if they were still up and Adam, but the rest of the team's moving on in. It's Slime for KT.
Yeah, T coming through with a spray down there, finding angle upon angle, and with that it is going to be Slime 4KT, signed, sealed, and delivered as they make their way back. Of course, now leaders looking to jump at the opportunity. They've got themselves situated up in towards that zone. The only team up on their front line is going to be Seoul Esport, but YC is going to be sending that nade out in a quick response, finds a bit of damage. Now, Morteza wasted, having to try and patch this one back up as we are seeing that rush come forward. And this could be that favorable play, especially now looking at as the players rather from Seoul. As Morteza just moves in behind that loot crate, but wasted, and Morteza still in a very trying position.
Seoul Esports have the opportunity of going into this last phase with the most amount of numbers. If they can get the reses coming on through, and taking out Morteza might just be the step to that end goal. Now Raouf going to be the first to take that trigger. It is wasted up against the entirety of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1v4 push coming through, but as we can see, right, Titans, it is going to be the players there from Super Young Stars also moving through, but look at the sprays as Raouf gets found. Down they go, Messi once again with the accuracy. Morteza quickly trying to retreat for a bit of that save to come in, but it's going to be Axa also now down for the side here of Titan, and Super Young Stars looking to close it down. They've got 3 players up, all the teams pretty much on 3, aside from the players of leaders. And this is where the contention is at, right? It is going to be that quick res into Morteza. YC taking slight bit of damage here, but not out of the fray just yet. Titan Gaming, in the meanwhile, already up 11 eliminations. They are definitely looking to double down on all their efforts.
Oh, absolutely, and they're going to be pulling into Super Young Stars' territory as well, as we can see some rotations in the form of Teak just trying to find an angle to work with here, while Leaders and Seoul Esports have a bit of a stare-down competition. Again, Leaders, they're caught in between all of the teams holding these outskirt positions, holding the outliers, while Titans and Super Young Stars just bombard each other with whatever utilities they still have left.
Well, this is where the contention is at, right? It is not secured at any point just yet. Titan trying to sneak in from the southern edge. They have a little bit of opposition, as we can see, coming through here from the Super Young Stars. But Leaders in such a less favorable position, right? Pretty much caught in between the other teams that are yet to secure themselves a position. And this is where I'm expecting quite a bit of pressure to come through. So also going to be holding off on that front line, right? Not going to be pushing up all the way just yet. Instead, waiting to see where this next zone will take them. And it moves even further towards the north. And now Titans, Super Young Stars are going to be coming through with a bit of a send. Moving up, Hemo gets spotted out there as Morteza sends it through. Ooh. Down they go, but Morteza also falls, narrowly escaping that first attempt at a knock, but they do then succeed in following through as Axa rushes up on the ridge.
Yeah, the days are numbered here for Wasted, as they will lie right in the way of Titans and Super Young Stars making their approach into that zone, which is currently controlled by Seoul Esports. As we can see, Titans trying to find the answers to Super Young Stars. The nade's going to get sent out. Winky just left on a sliver of HP. Ashira goes down as well. Super Young Stars not looking too healthy into this engagement so far.
Oh, but there we go, right? Messi is going to be the final contender left for the Super Young Stars as Axa moves on forward, and the Titans looking to just assert that dominance. They've already secured at least an insane amount of eliminations to their names. We can see them sitting currently on 14. But up comes Axa, looking for a bit of a rush. They know that there's someone up ahead, but fortunately for Messi, that ridge line is going to be working absolute wonders in their favor. Seoul, meanwhile, will be moving closer and closer, looking to lock down the southern edge and keep the players from Titan and Super Young Stars at bay. This could be that winner chicken dinner coming through from Seoul, but still going to require quite a bit of work. Axa, meanwhile, moving further forward, looks for that angle, that opportunity on towards Messi. Does not find it just yet, but it is 6 now to just send themselves out on a platter.
Oh my, okay, well, we just saw the end of Super Young Stars, and in the matter of seconds, Titan have to turn their attention to Seoul Esports, who were ready on the trigger. They saw what went down, and they knew exactly what had to be done. Picking up the winner chicken dinner with 6 eliminations. Again, followed in suit by Titan Gaming with those crazy eliminations. Might see them topple Seoul Esports' position in the end, but a fantastic win nonetheless for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, that's the kind of players that we want to have. Seoul Esports rising to the occasion, bringing in an absolutely glorious performance as right, securing even more points. They wanted to try and get a good run for the money, or give their opponents a run for their money. And I mean, Seoul Esports definitely satisfying the need on that one.
Absolutely stepping up when it mattered most and just holding, well, I guess holding the triggers because they didn't want to get involved until the opportunity was there for actually to just take everyone and to take the entire cake with them. So they didn't just want a slice, they wanted the whole cake. But Titans, again, a very difficult position for them to manage there in those final moments. They were up against the wall with Super Young Stars behind them, leaders up ahead of them to make their rotation into the zone. Then just behind leaders, there was Seoul Esports to deal with as well. So a very difficult position for them to manage. You could see the players all had a split focus in those final moments. Axa trying to find Messi. We had the rest, Puncher and Teak alike, trying to take out, of course, either leaders or Seoul. So it was a very difficult one for them to manage in terms of the numbers, but they picked up some crazy eliminations there.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, hitting those double digits once again. I mean, that is part of the reason why we are seeing Titans being so successful thus far, right? They've been able to just double down with the efforts, lock in play after play after play. And even though they might not have secured themselves that winner chicken dinner, they are still capitalizing on the fact that they made it all the way into that top two, locked in with those double-digit eliminations. And I mean, that is what's just keeping this team soaring time and time and time again. But already now looking at the performances we've had coming through for this phase, right? Phase 2, it is looking quite favorable, right? Seoul Esports stepping up with their winner chicken dinner. That's the kind of approach that we want to see from teams coming in that already finished quite strong. We know that they were able to secure those two winner chicken dinners in the previous phase, but starting it off with so much aggression already coming in, locking in those double-digit eliminations for Seoul as well. That's the kind of momentum that you want to try and build up.
Yeah, we mentioned previously in the last week that we were waiting for that Seoul-dominated performance. We had to wait for quite a few games before we saw that actually come through. So it's great to see that Seoul Esports already starting the second phase with an impressive energy moving into the rest of the games.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about the impressive games, we also need to give a big shout out going out to Oppo, for their involvement in making this event possible. So for Oppo, it is of course going to be get your, well, see, now I'm just blanking out on my things completely. Born to win, rather. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Renault 7 series. Now, an absolutely exciting finish to the second match. But as we know, right, it is going to be that second phase, another opportunity for teams to try and double down on their efforts, looking to see how far they can get it. And of course, speaking of that, we also then need to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, fantastic energy from the teams moving into the second phase. And so far, we've already seen, well, just a complete switch around from the teams that were, absolutely dominating in the first week, moving into the second week. I don't know if it's the groups that are changing. I don't know if the teams have obviously done their research, done the work that they needed to. The VOD reviews came through, and now they are just reaping the rewards of all of their hard work. But we've definitely seen a massive improvement from the teams. I would say, from that 12 point going down all the way, all those placements, they are really making a final push.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about the final push, let's take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure coming in on this Miramar. Of course, it is none other than Titans sitting at the top of the board with those 14 eliminations alongside their second place finish, securing themselves 26 points in total.
I do love to see these crazy topple moments. As we know, Titans, they didn't manage to get the winner chicken dinner, but they find themselves at the top nonetheless, picking up the much needed points. And as we mentioned, Seoul Esports already starting off with a fantastic energy moving into Miramar, which is great to see. Super Young Stars not far behind with 16 points overall, and Slimehawk AT with a massive 12 eliminations to find themselves in fourth with 14 points, so really not bad whatsoever. Again, leaders Esports. For a team that was sandwiched in between 4 other teams in that final zone, they did fantastically to pick up those 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing a nice consistent showing coming through from the players there of Darkness. Still being able to lock in those points. But, we need to see more of those come through as we now look onto the second page. Mad Knight sitting on 3 points alongside their 2 eliminations. The same going for the players there from the Virtual Gaming Squad. Legends of War locking in 2 alongside 1 round and Blackjack. And then that's where it starts to fall off a little bit, right? Zero Tolerance, VST Gaming, and Team Myth sitting there with 1 and, well, a bubble, 4 points collectively. Or respectively, rather.
Unfortunately. It hurts. It does hurt to take a bubble, but it has to happen. Someone has to be the sacrifice at the end of the day. So Team Myth, they will be taking the bubbles this time around, and the rest of the teams at least pick up 1 or 2 points, either in terms of eliminations or placements. As we know, different focus for different teams. I do wonder, however, now that we've had such explosive energies from the teams on Erangel, on Miramar, how is that going to translate on Sanhok? Because we already had some ridiculous third-party action on Miramar, and now we're moving into the king of third-party, Sanhok itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is going to be quite a challenging play to come through onto with Sanhok, right? Already looking at the kind of mentality the teams have been showing so far, moving through Erangel, moving through Miramar, I'm expecting a lot of that to translate over in towards Sanhok. And just to give you an idea as to what we are referring to, right? Let's take a look at a few of the highlights from the past match, just to showcase a few of those altercations we had.
We do love these highlights, though, because they do give me a good reminder of what happened. And, of course, we had to take a look at his esports picking up an absolute teardown there towards some of these crazy building actions. And, of course, Slime 4KT moving into 1-round territory. They started their reign of terror very early on. Koa started his reign of terror very early on, picking up those 7 eliminations. Leaders Esports, of course, did find themselves against Seoul towards the beginning parts of Miramar as well. And then it's just funny how that actually translated into the final zone and the exact situation they had to manage again, moving into the final moments.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, right, it's been a super, super challenging performance that the teams have been showing to bring into the second phase. But looking at the point situation we have, right, it is starting to look a little bit up for a few of the teams we know that was in need of those points. But of course, we are going to be then taking a very quick break before we head over into the jungle to see what the teams have in store for us.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to our second week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Already concluding 2 matches so far, and now we're getting ready to jump into the jungle to see what the teams are going to be bringing through and who's going to be the ones to step it up and snake it till they make it. Of course, we are moving into none other than Sanhok, our close quarter engagement game of note. The teams will have a little bit of greenery to utilize as they make their way on through. We know Titans already securing themselves that first winner chicken dinner, followed up by Seoul Esports coming into game number 2. Now, I beg the question as who's going to be the next team to rise to the occasion, step up, and reign supreme as they lock in that winner chicken dinner over onto Sanhok?
I'm asking the question myself because at this point in time, I can't really tell you. The team started today with just such an encroaching aggression as we moved from Erangel, we moved to Miramar. We had so many third parties happening. We had so much aggression from teams like Slime 4KT. We had Titans. I feel like Slime 4KT are definitely hungry for another winner chicken dinner, especially on Sanhok, as you like to call it, Sanhok. So I do imagine that they're going to be bringing in that energy, but the rest of the teams are looking really good for me. I am especially keeping my eyes out on leaders. They have been teetering around a winner chicken dinner for a while now.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to find out the answer to that as we hop straight into the jungle to see what the teams have in store. As we know by now, flight path Sanhok, it doesn't matter all too much, right? What's going to be more important is where these teams get themselves situated and also where that first initial zone is going to be forming. Seeing that it's such a tiny map, the teams have pretty much access to everywhere, right? It is going to be somewhat of a challenge to make it all the way to Camp Bravo from the plane. But, I mean, if they pull the parachute early enough, they could see a very comfortable play being made towards that direction. But I'm curious to see who's going to be this team to step up, right? We know last week, first chicken dinner over on Sanhok went to none other than Seoul Esports. And we have them, or rather, we had them out on the battlefield as well, looking to just showcase a few of those talents. Moving into this match, we are going to be having Arab Golden, Leaders, Seoul Esports, and Zero Tolerance sitting out for this game. So obviously, the players there from Seoul Esports won't be able to find the winner chicken dinner in this one. But who knows? Maybe we could see a few other contenders rising to the occasion.
I would like a little bit of that change up to occur because, again, we've already started to see some of the teams like Desert Flame, Legends of War, Darkness especially, stepping up and showing that they've clearly, revised whatever they needed to revise. But moving into a map like Sanhok specifically, I feel like you can prepare as much as you want. There is a certain level of just chaos that comes with a map like Sanhok. So a lot of it is just a tad out of your control.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing that I think is going to be quite interesting, aside from the, the early game shots that are are going to be sent down over towards Mad Knight as the Kingman finds themselves in a little bit of an exposed position there. Is the fact that we have a scoreboard running for this week, for this phase, the second phase, so the teams will get rewarded on their overall performance for this phase. But also, as we know, as we get to the end of the league stage, the teams will then also get rewarded for the overall performance, right? Week 1, 2, and 3 all cumulated together to see where the teams are with regards to those points. And from that point, the top 16 teams are going to be making their way with those additional points, the bonus points, into that final week. So I think there's going to be quite a bit of excitement, especially coming into the second phase, the second week, for teams now having that opportunity, right? Starting the day off, we said that we want to see the teams that ended up less favorably situated on the leaderboard at the end of the previous or the first week, really having to double down their efforts. And that's what we've been seeing so far already, right? Darkness finishing rather in 20th place with 61 points. So far this phase, they've already just looked to increase that substantially in comparison.
Absolutely. And we love to see that just change up coming through from these teams because it showcases once again that everyone here deserves to be here. Of course, we know that, but we like to be reminded from time to time. And of course, they like to just show it off as well. So now looking at this, Super Young Stars and Blackjack just taking a little bit of a stare down here towards closer Quarry and Cave. I mean, at this point in time, we only have one member of Blackjack Esports, which is, of course, Chronocast, over into this location. The rest are all towards the eastern side of the zone. So hopefully Chrono will be able to get themselves out of this because taking a 1-on-4 is not really a good way to start.
Yeah, 1-on-4 equals you right out the door, right? Because it's quite challenging, especially over on Sanhok. But also looking at the caliber of teams held up alongside them. We see Gaga there from Lag also just, rolling through on a scooter. That's not something you say all too often, but you know what? Sanhok, it does happen at times. But it's going to be a little bit of a risky play, a little bit of a risky rotation. And there we go. The risk now paying off there for Messi as they connect up and find the spray down on towards Gaga with Shero stepping up for that confirmation. So a great bit of teamwork coming through here from the Super Young Stars. But again, as we now look to see what the team's going to be bringing through, there's a lot of, angles for them to try and move into, look to get themselves kind of asserted in and, get that lockdown position played in as well.
Absolutely. And I do like the position that we have some of the teams currently situating on towards Sanhok. Of course, we have a lot of contention, which is very interesting to me because it showcases we're going to have a very aggressive map. I mean, Mad Knights and Slime 4KT there towards Camp Alpha already fighting for a little bit of the control. A little bit closer to Tambang, we've got Wave and Darkness fighting for control just alongside Myth as well. If we take a look at the rest of the map, I mean, Boot Camp, we've got Legends of War in one round, just having a little bit of a stare down. You know, they're not really getting involved in anything, but they know where each other are, and they know that there is some danger lurking in the mist. And of course, we did see Chronal is still trying to make a dash for safety in the form of numbers away from Super Young Stars in their current position.
Yeah, that's a very, very spread up drop coming in there indeed. I mean, also MG is also quite some distance away from, from Zane and Phoenix. But it's going to be Zachariah, at least here now for the side of Wave. Looking to find a little bit of a sneak as they inch their way closer and closer. Iron already getting spotted. As you can see, Zachariah opting for that spray. Finds a little bit of that preemptive damage right in the window. Oh, there we go. Zachariah steps up and finds the confirmation as well. Now, Darkness near instantly getting reduced by 1. Down to 3 players they go. But not a full-on push coming through here from Wave, right? It was just Zachariah on the front line. We see Rhino now also just trying to move in. Looking to just fortify this position. So there could be still potential hope coming through for Darkness.
I do like that position, at least for the time being, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the teams are going to manage it as well. As you can see, Wave holding that high-rise position towards Darkness. Good information for them to work with as well. And of course, fighting for supremacy at this point in time and fighting for a way into the zone, as Wave will need to make a dash right past Darkness if they want to find themselves a little bit closer to the edge, towards the outskirts, into safety. So Rhino, lurking, just teasing Zala right now. Just looking for some opposition here.
Well, I mean, they're not going to have to wait all too long, as it is going to be Rhino to get traded right on down. It's going to be Zala stepping up with a bit of a hit there. I'm loving this position now being occupied here by Darkness, right? Already trying to avenge their teammate. We can see Ghost off on the off angle. But up they come, the rest of the squad now. These 3 also just positioned up on that slightly elevated angle. But as we jump a little bit further afield, it is going to be Virtual Gaming and 1 round now going at each other with Gaddafi getting taken right on down as Knight succeeds in sending that frag grenade out.
Oh, didn't see that one coming, did ya? Now 1 round, looking to hold off the angle. Gaddafi just so close on a sliver of HP, and the bleed out will be there. So picking up 1 confirmation at the very least. Yeah, for Zeus now, last remaining hopefuls here for Virtual Gaming to try and take on the remainder of 1 round in the form of 3 members just punneling nades right at their faces.
Oh, but this could be yet another nade being funneled. Fortunately for Zeus, Chico's nade not finding the exact position. Yafoz also just keeping at their distance. As long as you know that there are utilities that could be sent out in your direction, I think you should be relatively safe, right? Keeping that in consideration. But now Knight, Moha, they're not going to be waiting for any of those, eventualities to play out. As instead, they're looking to just get themselves much closer. And of course, well, maybe this could pay out for them.
Oh, opportunities lying in wait here for some of the teams. As you can see, Wave picking up on towards Darkness, which was a little bit of a tease happening early on, but Rhino did get confirmed. So a tap for Tot as we move into the trades. Moving in, Tico as well, finding 1 onto Virtual Gaming. Yafor still trying to hold the line onto Moha. So 1 round, still leading, but just by a hair. Yafor finds Knights and the confirmation immediately. This turns to a 1-on-1.
I mean, that's got to sting quite a bit. But Chico still in a position where they could make those favorable gains. Yafor's also just trying to hunker down as Legends of War descend down from atop that hill. Already 1 round sitting on those 3 eliminations to their name. But this is where things are looking on the up and up, especially looking at Legends of War, right? They're an opportunity where they can come rushing on forward, looking to close it up. Yes, they could be finding 2 of those sprays, but it's going to be our force now to just apply the pressure and just making them super aware that they are not alone in this position.
Oh, not alone whatsoever. As we take a look at the rest of the squads now. Yafor's, of course, holding their location, just trying to hunker down because Legends of War they're just circling. It's like vultures right now on Sanhok. Just 1 moment, just 1 pixel is what they need to get that final confirmation and line of sight to Yafor's mowing. Now, of course, just looting up. A bit of a payback here, but the confirmation is there. Virtual Gaming will be sent back, unfortunately. And the rest of the squads, well, they need to focus on that zone rotation, DK, because we still got quite a few teams on the outskirts.
Yeah, we still have quite a few teams that are yet to secure any place, but of course, you know, the rule is don't use the scooter there, as we just saw it going on a little bit of a rampage, just rolling further down the hillside. But Triple not going to be too phased as they now look to get themselves situated here, moving in from that southwestern side, just alongside the players from VST, and of course the team there from the Super Young Stars down in towards Quarry. But again, right, the tension's pretty high. There might be a little bit of distance separating these teams, but essentially, right, everyone is just one moment away from kicking off a little bit of that snowball action.
Oh, absolutely, because everyone wants to get involved. Everyone wants to get a piece of the action. They've started with such fantastic aggression already. Why not continue it on Sanhok, the perfect map for aggression? Wave, of course, they've picked up at least 3 eliminations in the form of Darkness, who still have 1 remainder, being Ghost, just watching those rotations, trying to get a line of sight onto potentially the revenge play here as D3S and Zakaria. Oh, well, just teasing them, saying, hey, we took your teammates, and what are you going to do about it now?
Yeah, well, we'll find out soon enough what they are going to be doing about that. For the time being, the Blue Zone will continue to push further and further forward. And, I mean, this is the kind of danger coming through on Sanhok, right? But also another thing that I've noticed is we're not really seeing a lot of that Blue Zone heal strat being adopted this time around, right? We've seen 1 or 2 attempts at it, but that's pretty much it. 1 or 2 attempts being brought in. It's not a major focus being utilized by the teams. So I'm loving the fact that the teams are instead trying to get themselves ahead of that blue zone instead of losing themselves to the damage being brought through by the blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's good opportunities, especially for some of the other teams closer to the zone, to manage that expectation, to manage all of the action that's being put up. But speaking about managing the action, we're going to be making their final approach into the zone, right into Ghost's crosshairs. They find one. Look for the third. Oh, yes!
Oh.
I love that. The revenge play is there. Ghost will avenge their entire team as they move into the zone, picking up 4 eliminations, but they will have to make that push right behind a team like Myths.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a beautiful strategy coming through there from Ghost. This is just, you know, showing that the patience does pay off at the end of the day. But speaking about patience, it is going to be Hainsley now patiently waiting on that rock for a bit of an opportunity down onto the Super Young Stars. Meanwhile, Super Young Stars are keeping a very watchful eye on Blackjack. Of course, as we jump a little bit further back towards that western side, it's going to be the players here from Team Myth and Triple Esports now going at each other as Broly finds that takedown on towards 7 Reef. The rest of the squad now having their ears absolutely perched, waiting for those footsteps to try and get those angles dialed in while we wait to see where this next phase is going to be going us. We still see Ghost all the way out there in the blue. I think Ghost is going to be going for a little bit of that blue zone heal strat, while the zone now takes a swing focus even more towards Bun.
Ooh. So we are favoring the likes of Titans. We are favoring the likes of Desert Flame and Super Young Stars, Blackjack Esports, who find themselves zone placed and absolutely living for it. The rest of the teams, like Triple and Myth, as we can see here, fighting for supremacy of this hill, they need to be further behind all of the teams we've just mentioned. So it is going to be a fight for position after this engagement is concluded.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a bit of a fight. But as you've said, right, first they need to try and conclude that altercation before focusing their efforts on that zone. But speaking about efforts, right, Mad Knight going to be looking to move forward. They've got 1 player left here from the side of 1 million, or 1 round rather, and it is none other than Chico, just waiting in the tall grass. Could find a few sneaky treats and trades here to get. Oh, but it's going to be Agent 47 to fall victim to a beautiful bounce. There we go. It is going to be that confirmation locked in. Beast quickly now putting their head on the swivel, turning around, waiting to see if they can spot any movement. But it is going to be Chico to make that grand escape and now look to get themselves much closer to that next zone.
And that's exactly what they need to do in this situation. As we take a look at it, a lot of teams already taking placement within the zone, center zone as well. So Bun is absolutely stacked with teams currently who are just lying in the grasses, lying in the compounds, whatever angles and hard cover they can find. You can bet that it's been taken up by these teams. Super Young Stars now just across the road from VST, and I don't think they're going to be very happy neighbors as we move into the rest of the zone, because they are holding a very good opportunity from the southern part of the zone to move into the rest of the team. So it's going to be a bit of a fight for controlling position of this location.
Yeah, it's going to be a very contentious play indeed. But I mean, this is such a favorable position, as you've already mentioned there. I mean, it's not too often that we can see Quarry really being in that playable option for the teams to try and kind of get themselves situated. But we have the players there from Desert Flame not too far away towards the north as well. Slimefolk is going to be pushing in from the west. But for the time being, it is going to be 1 million. And the players here from Legends of War going at each other with Mowing getting traded on down. Venom now in the grass, going to be rushing forward, trying to lock in that confirmation with Flick just held up. And this could very well spell the end as 1 million starts to move up. Flick now feeling that pressure mounting as they are in a caught up in a 1v4 altercation with the players all now from 1 million starting to look for these options, right? They want to see if they can get that secured in, but it doesn't seem to be on the books just yet. So a little bit of a breathing moment coming through there for Flick.
Yeah, any moment of breath, any moment of peace at this point in time will definitely be helped and appreciated for these teams. As we can see, again, massive congestion here towards the center of the zone. We still have 14 teams up and Adam in contention. The zone's still centering and favoring majority of our teams, so contention is going to be rising high. We see VST and Super Young Stars finally kicking things off with at least one knock towards VST, as Slime4KT and Desert Flame are also nudging closer and closer alongside the likes of 1 million, and the rest of the teams just moving into center.
Yeah, but there's going to be the opportunity, especially for a team like Desert Flame, to step up and just, shake things up as much as they can. Meanwhile, as we return to that southern edge of zone, we do see the players from Triple Esports also now just trying to sneak themselves into contention here. We got Myth also trying to make a bit of a play, but it's going to be a stalemate, at least for the time being, between the Super Young Stars and the players from VST. Blackjack going to be holding steady just further up ahead, but here we go now. Triple Esports feeling that pressure as they trying to make a dash for the zone. Getting singled out here by It's a Bird as Chemos goes right on down, almost securing that confirmation alongside it. But Triple Esports, not only do they have the pressure being applied here from VST, but Myth is also going to be moving in alongside them as well.
Ooh, we've got so many opportunities here for teams to just fight their way out into the position of great eliminations, moving into even greater placements. Of course, Titans or Triple Esports now. Moped in hand, trying to make a dashing escape into the zone. We do have Ghost taking a very long rotation out in the blue, trying to avoid as many players as possible. And, that's definitely not working for Myth as they find themselves taking a look at Triple Esports here.
Well, let's see where this one will go. It is going to be now up to Triple to see if they can find the opening. But unfortunately, it is not going to be on the books there for M7 as they get traded right on down. Black 7 still situated all the way down towards the southern edge. Now creeping their way on forward, moving in behind Myth. But they have rather been spotted out. This is shots connect. But there we go. Makes a quick little bit of a trade there. Ramsey just up ahead as well. Up comes the shots. And Farok is going to be making it super difficult for Black 7 to get themselves into any favorable place. And with that, it is going to be messy, though. Stealing the show, they're all the way from the Super Young Stars.
Ooh, we have so many teams stepping up once again. Just a different, viewpoint of what we've seen from these teams. Slime4KT now holding this high-rise position away from Mad Knight with one round, making an approach and taking a piece of both Mad Knight and Slime4KT. There's no discretion here. They're happy to take away anyone and everyone, specifically Chico, who are moving up closer and closer to danger. As we know, Chico is the only member left here for one round.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the challenge. But let's see where this one will go. It's going to be Tyson now looking to aggress on towards Slime4KT, positioned just a little bit further up ahead. But I'm quite surprised to see where these teams are trying to kind of play this one out, right? No one really going to be focusing, or not, rather, being in the opportunity where they can find a more favorable angle towards the zone itself, right? Mad Knight, Slime4KT perch over on towards this western edge. One round, I think Chico is going to fall to the damage pretty soon. But Slime, they need to prioritize the positioning instead of waiting around for any of those, potential eliminations to come through. It does seem like that is exactly what's on the cards. As you can see, Pronto and Plaza now trying to roll up. Blackjack still off in the distance there, holding that southern position in contention. But now as we return back to the edge of the zone, it is going to be VST now falling victim to not only the blue, but also the super young stars coming through with those sprays.
Ooh, Myth just holding the line here, just agitating Super Young Stars as they take elimination by elimination. Mad Knight confirmed out of the count as well as Kingman goes down alongside Bison outside in the blue zone. And Titans, well, they're just picking up some beautiful frag grenades here and just punneling them right towards lag.
Oh, but this is the rush now. This is the run. Up comes MG. Oh, finds Ainsley. Down they go. Yes, sir. The head is locked in. It's now going to be up to Myth and Lag, just making a race on the edge of that zone. Of course, the next phase is going to be locked in towards a more southern position, and that would bring quite a big sigh of relief, especially for the teams that are yet to gain that ground. But look at the blue zone, absolutely obliterating players left, right, and center. With that, we are down to only 9 remaining teams. 22 players still alive. It's going to be up to It's a Brute here for VST, trying to see if they can find any potential plays to be had out in that blue zone. Meanwhile, Pronto for Slime 4KT is down. Storm, the only hopeful now, positioned up in towards that bun area. But up comes 1 million rushing straight on forward. They are going to be put to the test. But Blackjack also now trying to secure themselves the southern area.
Oh, position after position. These teams are trying to manage so much that is happening. Slime4 KT, in the meanwhile, had taken a piece of 1 million in the form of Venom and looking for a little bit more, thanks to the assisting hand here of Titans, who've moved in on the position. Legends of War, in the meanwhile, unfortunately didn't find the luck that they were looking for. And Slime now also confirmed out. Everyone dropping like flies, and it's only really Blackjack, Esports, and Titans that can run away with some numbers here.
Yeah, well, the stars are starting to align for them. Also, of course, we do see the players there from Desert Flame also now falling as the blue zone and the nades coming through from Titan just bring in that assistance to kind of close the gate on them. 1 million also now feeling the pressure as they too lose a few of their players, but it's going to be up to Senke now to make the hopes and dreams materialize. Up comes Zane for Blackjack, looking to find the sprays on towards Teak, but with that, it's going to be 1 round now to get sent away as Chico does not survive the blue zone damage. Ghost also getting taken right on down alongside that, and we are down to our final 3 teams. Right, 1 million out in the blue, but it's up to Blackjack and Titan to fight for control of the zone.
Oh, and it's not going to be an easy one in any means necessary. Alright, let's take some control here. Titans, they have found themselves a beautiful step into the zone. We've got 1 million in the form of Senke just hiding out in the blue, just holding for that heal off. But all focus is on Titans. They have the advantage here. They have the zone, they have the numbers. They just need to take out Blackjack.
Yeah, but Blackjack, they might have, that extra little bit of a push you need to try and secure this play. But now down goes MG, Phoenix, Chronal, Zane on the edge. Oh, down goes Phoenix, down goes Chronal. Zane gets the hit up into towards P6 though. Up comes the rush as they move on forward, but it's not on the cards as Titans get a clean sweep and lock down the zone. They now are pretty much in the running for that winner chicken dinner. It all rides on Senke. And I don't think we're going to see Senke attempt any potential plays at this point. They might maybe surprise us, but so far it does seem like Titan are able to secure themselves yet another winner chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, Titans have started that domination, that absolutely fierce mentality, moving not only into Erangel, but now towards a fantastic Sanhok and even a very close contender there towards Miramar. But Senke, of course, just chucking out whatever they can at this point in time. You know, no handstand this time around. Maybe next time. It will be Titans moving on through with the winner chicken dinner and 12 eliminations. So once again, getting so close to a 30-pointer game.
Yeah, I mean, Titans definitely dominating this match once again, right? We saw them over on Erangel. We saw them now once again coming through on Sanhok. So it's been an absolutely favorable day, especially over in the Titan camp. Gotta love it though. I mean, they've been really stepping up and just laying down the law. So excited to see what the rest of the day will have in store. But I gotta say, a good effort being brought in there by Blackjack as well, right? Really making it all the way to that very end, lasting up in towards the top 3. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit overpowered as Titans moved in. They had the numbers and the more superior position with regards to that zone. Unfortunately, as we know, right? The blue zone is nobody's friend as it causes quite a bit of damage, especially in these late few phases.
Absolutely. And it was a really difficult zone for these teams to actually navigate. As we know, a lot of those shifts coming on through, we initially had quite a good favor for the majority of the teams, but that just ensued so much more chaos to come through on Sanhok. And again, that aggressive energy following through does show that today is going to be an absolutely spicy day of action.
Speaking about spicy, we are going to be hopping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. We'll be back with you guys in a short few moments.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome to our first day of the second week right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Already concluding our Sanhok action of the day. That of course being match number 3 with Titan Gaming reigning supreme once again, locking in yet another winner chicken dinner for themselves. Absolutely glorious performance we are seeing coming through across the board here. But I gotta say here is, right, the team's really looking to not only ride on the momentum they were able to build on that first week, but looking to take it even further.
Absolutely, and why wouldn't they? They've been absolutely so consistent in the performances they've been bringing, and a very good explosive start for some of the teams like Titan Gaming, who we can take a look at the match rankings just to remind ourselves what kind of winner chicken dinner they picked up with that 27 points a game. What I am liking, as you mentioned, that consistency coming through from Darkness, Desert Flame, VST, and Super Young Stars showing up once again as well. One round who has been somewhat consistent is also finding themselves here towards the top rankings. Blackjack Esports even making a splash. So I'm loving that we have a different set of teams bringing in some great consistency.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm loving the results so far that we've seen come through from Blackjack and Darkness, right? Blackjack already, as we know, right, they survived in that top 12 for the first phase, but again, coming in with a much more solidified approach within the second phase. But Darkness definitely going to be looking to break the mold. As we know, things looking a little bit less favorable the first phase, second phase looking absolutely golden for them, as this, I believe this is their third match or their second match in which they've actually found quite a bit of a successful run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, it's that confirmation, it's that consistency. We keep talking about it, moving on through. I mean, even taking a look at the second page to see the likes of Triple Esports, Slime 4KT, Virtual Gaming, Wave Esports, teams like that on our second page is a bizarre feeling. It's a bizarre comparison when we look at phase 1 moving into this phase 2. So already a big jump for these teams. I don't know if that's going to change as we move into the next couple of games today, maybe even the games tomorrow, but there's definitely a resurgence of at least adaptation moving in with these teams.
Yeah, but I mean, we see a lot of efforts being doubled down on, as we've said, right? We see teams really rising to the occasion. We also did see the players there from the Super Young Stars coming in with some really satisfying results. You know, they've been able to secure decent amount of eliminations, decent amount of placement points, at least for the first day. So there's quite a few days still to go to see how that is going to unfold as the teams will get the opportunity to increase those points. But speaking about point increase, right? This being the second winner chicken dinner coming through for Titans, them just capitalizing on the eliminations again. They're reaching some scary points just after, well, 3 games.
But it's like we were talking about last week. You know, we started this week off talking about 1 million. Then we moved into, okay, well, Titans are jumping in alongside VST. Great, let's see where this goes. Then Slime 4KT showed up and took all of that away and said, no, we will be taking the first slot this time around. But our Titans, once again, back in the conversation as the dominating force.
Well, I mean, if you say dominating force, right? They have almost tripled the amount of points of the team behind them, right? So, yes, and that's only in 3 games, right? They are so far ahead at the current point. I think Titan is going to be proving to be quite a formidable force, especially looking at the second phase. But as we know, we will have more answers to that once we get closer to our second day, moving through into that third day, because the teams will have the opportunity to respond to that. But just to showcase a few of the insane plays we had, let's take a quick look at a few of the highlights from this past match.
And of course, we had to start it off with Wave Esports, just finding a beautiful, beautiful engagement there with Darkness, who eventually got revenge, thanks to Ghost, who picked up those final 2 eliminations with Zakaria, making the rotation alongside their teammates. But there was some very, very good engagements that were found alongside as we moved into those final compounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of approaches that we want to see, right? Definitely teams looking to capitalize on any opportunities they can find. And that was pretty much, pretty full on for the entirety of this game. The Titan just stepping up, just locking it down. And it does seem like once they start moving forward, once they've got their eyes set and they've got the numbers, it's really difficult to put a stop to that momentum that they've been able to secure so far. But of course, we are going to be waiting to see who will be that team coming through to be a potential contender as we now make a play for our overall standings to see where the teams currently find themselves.
It is going to be a tough one. As you mentioned, Titan Gaming, hello, why are we on 86 points and your second best team is on 29? This is absolutely ridiculous. A performance from Titan Gaming that we rival what we saw in that first week. We rival what we saw in those final couple of days leading into the later phase of phase 1. So 42 placements, 44 eliminations. I mean, please give me something more consistent than that right now.
I mean, it's pretty scary, right? But what's a good takeaway from this is, as I've said, right? Darkness sitting on 29 points, almost a third of a little bit more than a third of the way in their total efforts we saw coming through from that first week. So I'm loving the increase in performance that we are experiencing from these teams. But of course, we are going to be hopping towards that second page as well to see what the results are moving up as we are getting closer and closer to our 4th match of the day, which is going to be right over on towards Miramar.
Ooh, and it's going to be a very interesting Miramar with the likes of some of these teams stepping up and some of these teams, having a little bit of a tough start to the day. So far, we've had a very surprising performance from Titans, but we've still yet to answer the question of, okay, well, who's going to be that team to catch up to them? Who's going to be that team to rival Titans moving into the rest of the week? Because we can't let them run away with all of the points, right? We can't let them run away with all of the eliminations. Surely there has to be some answer moving in. Hopefully we'll find that in the next Miramar or the next Erangel, but we might have to come back tomorrow to make that question.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. But as we take a look at our 3rd page, we can see this is where we find the players there from VSC, Mad Knight, Wave, and Zero Tolerance. Definitely going to be hoping for a little bit of an increase coming through from Zero Tolerance as they are going to be gracing us with their presence over on towards Miramar. Great opportunity could be at hand here for them, unless, of course, right, we are going to be seeing a little bit of that dangerous push coming through from Titans. Well, thankfully, Titans are going to be sitting this match out. So, we're not going to be seeing them having another insane performance. So this could be that chance for the rest of the lobby to catch up to that 60-point lead that they are sitting on at the moment.
It still sounds ridiculous that we are talking about a 60-point lead and we're only into, 3 maps? But anyway, let's move into the 4th map where Titans can hopefully just take a breather and watch as the rest of these teams showcase who exactly might be the answer to Titan Gaming.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at that flight path that we have looking, I don't know, right? I wouldn't say it's looking too great. As we can see, it is coming through on that southern side. Los Higos was just down below. It is going to be a western flight path to grace us this time around. curious to see where that zone is going to be forming up. Will it be complementary to the flight path, or will it take an extreme eastern shift to potentially go north or south? I don't know. Either which way, I think it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge for these teams to get themselves situated. But as we also then saw coming through in our very first Miramar of the day, the teams already bring in a few of those dynamic shifts. Nothing too drastic. Please take that with a grain of salt, right? But again, they aren't changing things up, right? And I'm loving the fact that they are doing exactly that. It just shows you that the teams have come to the point where they realize they're like, you know what worked for us in week 1 is probably not going to work for us in week 2. We need to change it up. We need to shake it up and find a different approach to succeed once again.
Yeah, and it's a really good approach, and as we mentioned, it's not massive changes. It's not like we are looking at, well, I don't know, what would be a massive change? Them going from all the way from north to south, them just changing completely their rotational paths, changing their strategies completely, heading into the different maps that we're seeing. We are seeing those minor changes. So maybe taking a little bit more of a southern approach to whatever rotation they're wanting to look for. Maybe taking your secondary drop location sooner rather than later, just to at least form a little bit of that, what we could call the surprise factor for the rest of the teams, right? To force them into a situation where they have less information than they did last week, because as we know, these teams have constantly gone in a round robin fashion where they play against all of the groups. So they played against each other so much by this point in time that things are maybe getting a little stale, and they want to make sure that the rest of the squads are fighting for information all over again.
Yeah, almost coming across as an entirely new team, even though it's names that you recognize and, that you've been seeing coming through in that feed. But looking at the spread that we've got, the zone taking a bit of a shift over towards the north, it is going to be somewhat complementary to that flight path, so nothing too extreme for the teams to try and get themselves around. But it is going to be a little bit more of a comfortable starting point, especially looking at the players here from Lag all the way down towards that, Valdel Mar position. Completely uncontested. They're going to have some smooth sailing, getting themselves situated a little bit further up. I believe at the time, when they start that rotation, we could see the players from VST who are currently occupying Monte Nuevo already starting to push a little bit further afield. So only time will reveal what the teams have in store. But we do see zero tolerance, opting for that western side once again.
And again, there's no problem necessarily in that situation right now, because Titan Gaming aren't here. Their threat is no longer here, at least for this Miramar. So they have opportunities to completely take that western part of El Pozo in peace, hopefully. We'll see what 1 million have to say for that, because they obviously find themselves a little bit closer to El Pozo than anyone else. And the rest of the team is still a fairly interesting rotation, at least, because I'm looking at Darkness there towards Los Higos, making a bit of that approach up to the northern side as they would need to because of that zone shift, but that will take them straight through Super Young Stars' territory.
It is going to be a little bit of a risky play, but you know what, Darkness, they gotta risk it if they want it, right? They gotta take that plunge and look to see if they can find that potential play working out in their favor. It does seem like they are able to evade the majority of the Super Young Stars, but I don't know if they're going to be as lucky when it comes to the team from Seoul, situated up in towards Los Leones.
That's also another question here. So, okay, so we get past one team, we move straight into the territory of another team that is a lot more, at least, ready for it, because Super Young Stars, they were looking at those rotations, right? They were already moving because they're outside the zone. Seoul, on the other hand, on the edge of the zone, on the cusp of getting into safety, they're not as much in a rush as anyone else. So they're still busy looting. They're still, as individuals, running around and holding that location. So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully Darkness take a little bit more of that eastern shift, which they might do, but I'll have to leave that up to the teams. What we also have to leave up to the teams is how they're going to manage that center band of aggression. As we know, the zone heading towards Hacienda del Patron, we have Wave there, we have Desert Flame there, we've got Triple Esports there, we've got Slime4KT moving in on the territory as well.
Yeah, I just love Morteza showing off with that motorcycle a little bit. I mean, there's nothing more exciting than seeing those motorcycles fly. it was short-lived. Thank you so much for that one, Morteza. But yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm curious to see whether or not Darkness are going to be pushing all the way to that eastern side. And that is why you don't take a super bike out on the desert. Because it's not too terrain friendly. I mean,
Unlucky.
yes. At least I know that's at least not a real one. Otherwise, I would have been feeling a little bit.
We get a whole different side of DK
feels.
here.
Yes.
Oh yeah. We get a very, very aggressive side of DK here.
Yes, I would have had a very serious talking there with Morteza about what you do with super bikes. But either which way, of course, fortunately, that is not going to be necessary as we now look on towards the place here from Desert Flame up towards their usual drop location, right up into San Martin. But what we are seeing is that Wave and Slime 4KT are not too far away. So I'm loving this extra little bit of pressure and teams moving much, much, much closer to each other.
It is a good showing that once again the teams are not afraid of getting into those engagements, regardless of who they're actually facing up. Because we've seen those early eliminations really bode well for some of the teams. You know, you get that early foundation, a couple of points. You know, you've already secured it. No matter what, wherever you go now, you don't have to worry about going home with like 0 at the end of this map. So that has been a good boost for some of the teams to work with, but it comes with its own risks, right? It sometimes work, it sometimes don't. BST, of course, here towards Monte Nuevo. Are you a little bit stressed for their locations moving into the rest of the zone?
Honestly, I would say no, I'm not really stressed because looking at the rotational pathway they have, it could be relatively comfortable, right? Not easy, but comfortable. We do have 1 million situated just north, but the terrain kind of lends itself to a more favorable rotation for the players here from VST. They could actually afford to just stick to the road, get themselves situated, or even like we see there with It's a Brood, opt for maybe a bit of an elevated position to be played here. But as you can see also then, 1 million, they're going to be just ducking down in the canyons. Not going to be playing too much of a high ground play here. Instead, going to be trying to venture a little bit deeper in towards this phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's at least one team out of, well, all of the others that I'm not worried about. So, I mean, if I'm taking a look at the northern side, we've got Zero Tolerance spread up amongst the likes of Arab Golden. So a lot of those players just in and amongst each other trying to make a mix into that northern part of the zone. We've got one round currently split up in a 2-2 setup, getting closer and closer to Slime 4KT territory. We still have Darkness at least making that eastern side rotation, so hopefully they can take, you know, some sort of control, because that eastern portion of the zone is up for grabs for the time being. And that is because, of course, the rest of the teams have just opted to buddy it up in the center zone.
Yeah, and of course we also then see leaders here trying to find a bit of a position there. I mean, also caught up in that center zone, taking aim at Wave, but not fully committing to it just yet, right? Shadowin holding an interesting position there, but as we jump now, it's going to be VSC that actually find themselves alongside 1 million. So the two teams that we said were bringing in some rather comfortable rotational pathways, of course, completely diverting themselves from what we just said, and that could result in quite an interesting altercation that could find its way on through. But of course, as we look on towards this map, we can see, so Virtual Gaming, Lag, Super Young Stars, Darkness, and Soul having to get themselves situated, move a little bit further up north into contention towards that zone. But Senke coming in with quite a bit of a flank here. It could actually result in Zuxi facing quite a bit of opposition.
Oh, and VST, they are a little bit, you know, spread out, so that push has to come on through. Lazy Boy, of course, holding the line as that rotation has to occur. They get into the zone. Zuxi just narrowly makes it to at least a safer threshold, as the terrain will assist them in getting further away from 1 million esports for the time being. So nothing too crazy yet, but of course the question is now, is 1 million going to chase this opportunity? And I mean, you did say VST, you weren't worried about their rotation. Look what's happened now. Look what you did.
I mean, I wasn't worried about them because they looked good, right? But then they slightly diverted off their route. It was 1 million that also, you know, diverted off of the route that they were on. But you can't blame the teams, right? They're looking for the best optimal position to kind of move themselves into that zone. Especially moving up in towards San Martin, it's going to be of utmost importance for teams to come in with a good entry point, get themselves situated, seeing that we've got such a concentration of teams now kind of lining up into this region.
Absolutely. And we've been threatening about this for, or worried about this for a while now, because it's a lot to manage. You know, you have such safety on Miramar, you have such a time of, well, you're not going to see anyone for the first couple of phases. Then you get into the last, maybe 3 or 4, or even from the 4th phase, and suddenly you are surrounded by 3 or 4 teams taking the exact same position as you, as we see here from Darkness, who were rotating alongside Super Young Stars, who for some reason, unbeknownst to us, is taking the exact same rotation path as Darkness.
Hey, great minds think alike, and that is what we are seeing coming through here from Darkness and the Super Young Stars. With Winky now getting taken on down, we see Ghost and the rest of the crew from Darkness focusing their efforts further inwards. Already 1 elimination under their belt. And now they could move into any territory, right? Potentially rotating up in towards Minas Generales, Graveyard, maybe even opting for a little bit of that Al-Azhar rotation. But this southeastern side is where things could be quite challenging still, right? You've got lag, virtual gaming, added on top of Darkness, trying to bring on that rotation. We do see an entire disengage coming through from Super Young Stars as they are moving a little bit more north. But this could, of course, then still result in quite a bit of action to come through on the very edge of zone.
Absolutely, especially that eastern edge of the zone. As we can see, lag, Darkness, virtual gaming, Super Young Stars a little bit north there towards Al-Azhar, but joining this band of teams trying to make the rotation in, and they'll do so just behind, or just next to Mad Knight, just behind Seoul Esports, who again are all still vying for an opportunity to get themselves at least set up earlier rather than later. As you can see from these mini-maps, it's absolutely stacked here in the center, which is what we've come to expect considering we still have 16 teams alive. It's been one of the more, I would say, calmer starts that we've seen in the last couple of days, because we had such aggressive energy moving into those last few days of phase 1.
Well, I mean, one thing that we don't see all too often is this very northern zone, right? We can see the players there from Zero Tolerance all the way at the top, just on the edge of Oasis. And this could result in a very interesting play because, as I've said, the zone doesn't move in this direction very regularly. So the teams now trying to kind of race for a good position to try and get themselves secured. We already see 1 round alongside Wave in that more centered kind of region, but up comes Triple now, not yet finding themselves in the zone, but they are going to be taking a very quick pit stop just on the outskirts there of Hacienda del Patron, with VST hot on their heels. Zakaria now going to be looking to contend against the center position, coming up alongside Chico, playing a little bit of hide and seek.
Ooh, okay, Wave, Zakaria. Taking a little bit of that stare down. Wave, of course, the rest of Wave still making rotation in, so Zakaria will be left alone for the time being, and unfortunately that means there's no one here to stop Chico from getting that immediate confirmation. Wave, of course, do have the opportunity to continue the aggression towards 1 round, but it's again that question of, is it going to be worth it at this point in time? While they are in center, they are going to be bombarded with a lot of teams trying to take position up in the zone.
Yeah, but for the time being, right, they can just kind of maintain their focus on each other while the rest of the teams look to kind of get themselves sorted out. And they are going to be bumping heads as we do see Darkness and the players there from Virtual Gaming finding each other along the way. But Knight now cooking up the nades, looking to just defend the position. Slime4KT also creeping in from that western side. And this is where 1 round is really going to be put to the test. Looking to see if they can just hunker down and defend. Well, if Knight sends out nades like those, I think the answer might very well be yes.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, 1 round coming on through with an absolute bang, pun intended. I'm sorry. D3S now the next potential up for grab, but through the door we go, but we're not checking corners here, so a little bit of a surprise as the turnaround here is for Wave. They take 2 down, and now they turn their attention here, of course, to Moho. Moves on through into around the corner. It's going to be finding the connection, so that will mean Wave Esports are the first team to get sent back, but 1 round might join them as Slime4KT pulls up onto this territory.
I love Moa just rushing in there looking for more, just finding hit after hit. But yes, Slime 4KT is definitely going to pose quite a bit of a challenge here to the players from one round. But I'm liking that off-angle play coming through from eFlex, just getting themselves a slight tad bit separated from the rest of the crew, as we can see the shots now starting to get fired in. Blackjack still, well, not Blackjack rather, the players from Desert Flame still in a very contentious position. We can see them now situated up in that water treatment area. We know there's quite a bit of a terrain to play at here, but up comes Moha looking to just take a bit of a swing. We got Koa and the rest of the team, they're coming in. But look at the hits, right? That feed now starting to light up as the teams are pushing further and further forward. Legends looking pretty golden on that southern angle, but Lag facing quite a bit of opposition now over towards the east.
Yeah, and it's not going to stop anytime soon, unfortunately. We've got Triple Esports moving on into this location. What, by the looks of it, is going to be uncontested just for a moment, just for a smidgen of time. In the meanwhile, Desert Flame and, of course, VST have found one another here towards the southwestern point of the zone, outside of the zone. They still have to get themselves just a smidgen closer to safety. But first, the fight has to come through, and there's third-party territories just looming in and around this territory.
Yeah, and this is going to be Desert Flame's position to defend, right? VST 1 million moving in. It does seem like Desert Flame, they have the advantage here. They just now need to try and leverage that, and they can especially focus a lot of effort onto VST, who are currently getting caught out in the crossfire. As we can see, it now Boot getting traded. Venom almost getting knocked right on down. And this is the kind of step up and the upgrade that we want to see come through from a team like Desert Flame.
Absolutely. As we take a look at this, 1 million now pulling up on this. They have information, at least, that something is happening here. But again, they're here towards the outskirts, so they might take a longer rotation in. Triple Esports still holding the pressure, just keeping the fire trigger alive. Triple Esports looking for an opportunity here to move closer and closer to this angle. Desert Flame, though, they are holding off. They are fighting both Triple Esports, both 1 million, from taking this position from them.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. M7 looking to step up. Oh, but this is going to be a tough one indeed. 1 million holding the numbers advantage. Let's see if M7 can get that nade on point. Oh, finds a bit of damage onto Senke, but up comes the sprays. Down they go. It is going to be an absolutely glorious run as Lazy Boy gets knocked on down, but with that, it is pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered. It's going to be the end of the road for Triple. But now, Desert Flame still in contention, holding on to the elevated positions. We can see the sprays connecting up. Hainsley trying to hold on for dear life, but it is going to be the final hopeful left now for VST to keep the hopes and dreams alive.
I could say the same for Desert Flame. It's Buden that's holding all of the energy here for the squad of Desert Flame Esports. At least in VST's, situation, there is a res that is at least somewhat possible. Buden on this high-rise, DWAS so far away, and now Zero Tolerance pulling on in. Looking for the confirmation, looking to be the cleanup crew as they step into VST's territory. They have a good line of sight. All of the smokes pop. They know exactly where things are happening. It's just about managing those angles from those third parties moving on into this territory. But Buden, at least in zone, at least capable of being a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, but I mean, we also are noticing that the teams are really sticking to these edges. But look at the sprays come through here from Lord, finding that angle right on towards Ban. You got Ilias just there alongside them, trying to bring in a bit of a helping hand, but now trying to deal with the threat up ahead, as there is going to be Paradox and Skydo lying in wait. Down goes Paradox. Lord going to be pushing on forward, but Skydo steps up and closes the gate right there on them. Of course, Blue Zone just moving up a slight smidgen, and now taking quite a favorable shift, especially for the players there from Super Young Stars as well as Seoul Esports. But that is going to result in quite a few altercations still on these outlying regions.
Yeah, it's not going to stop anytime soon. It's just going to get worse and worse as the zone does shift a little bit more towards the northeast. This is favoring Seoul Esports. This is favoring Buden, who's just made a dash into the zone, and Super Young Stars. But for how much longer is the question? VST now still under pressure as Lazy Boy, taking this high-rise position away from Buden, is going to be very happy just to pick up a few extra eliminations.
Oh, but look at this, right? There we go. That elimination that you were talking about is locked in. Now, up comes Hainsley. Ooh, that head peeking out, and that's quite dangerous, as we know. Lazy Boy, don't believe what the name says. Lazy Boy is super active. So you've seen those absolutely aggressive spray downs come through. But now 1 million trying to lock down at least their approach to get themselves much closer situated to that zone. Meanwhile, VSC will be falling just behind them. But now Skydo trying to make that dash. Knight could be taking aim at them. It's going to be 1 round and 1 million. Look at Knight go. Down goes Venom.
Oh, 1 million. Just feeling the heat right now. 1 round. They've set themselves up here towards this western position, and they can just sit back. They can just sit back and absolutely just beam anyone and everyone trying to make a rotation. Lazy Boy now stuck in the sandwich of all of these teams situated within the valley. Leaders Esports up ahead already. Senke going down, and Leaders not looking to stop anytime soon. So if you do choose to disengage from Leaders, you put yourself in the line of sight of 1 round. You put yourself either in the line of sight of Seoul Esports. Morteza now also doesn't have a lot of opportunities here to get out of cover.
And that, of course, is the result of the zone shift. But now Mad Knight feeling that pressure come through. Morteza, finds an absolutely great shot onto Tyson, who's super low on that health bar. But this could be Leaders' push now to get themselves sorted in towards the zone. You can see the Beast just bleeding out on the side there. Tyson trying to bring in that wrap around sneak to just bring their team back into contention. Of course, they still have all 4 players up, but those knocks not doing them any favors at this point in time. Tyson taking quite a bit of damage, now joining their teammate. Kingerman also then falls to the damage being delivered. And that is now all hopes and dreams for Mad Knight. Riding on Agent 47, but we can see them situated out in the blue zone. Meanwhile, it will be TEAMLAG to meet their end. Our final 8 teams now stepping up to the plate here. Mad Knight running to the end of the rope. Leaders looking to get the southern edge locked down. They only have Skydo to contend with. And of course, Buden just positioned up ahead. But look at the sneaky spray downs coming through here from Seoul Esports.
Oh, they're not going to stop anytime soon. Of course, 1 round and 0 tolerance, taking a little bit of a stare down, as all of these teams are not looking to be the first to step out into the open and expose their current position. Leaders Esports, unfortunately, might be forced with the issue. 0 tolerance just behind them. Seoul Esports right up ahead of them. And Buden might step in as well, just to add to the pressure. Now, looking at this, Hemo trying to reposition, trying to get information. There's a bit of a hesitation as they move on through, because yes, they can stay here, they can continue this pressure with Leaders, but they need to get themselves in zone.
Yeah, they definitely need to, but this is going to be that opportunity to try and do exactly that. Meanwhile, you can see a lot of effort being brought in on that northern side, but down south, it is going to be Skydo trying to peer across that ridge, but gets absolutely obliterated. As Shadowwind says thanks, but no thanks, instead picks up that trade. But here we have 1 round, and the super young stars getting ready for a little bit of an altercation. Shero keeping a watchful eye. Oh, but gets breached as Eflex just peers around the corner, trading them on down. And it all now turns to Mord, their final hopeful. Looking to keep the hopes up, but Chico off in the distance is going to be making it quite challenging here for Mord now to pull off such a long-range spray. That ridgeline also not doing them any favors. But look at that, though. Chico trying to make a dash out in the open. And unfortunately, Mord is not able to capitalize on that just yet.
No opportunities. Buden going down as well, with Virtual Gaming joining them back in the lobby. Super Young Stars, unfortunately, in a very tough position here. Mort now looking here towards a dash for Seoul Esports. And, well, that will result in exactly that. Seoul Esports going to be taking them out, confirming our top 3 teams. It's Seoul, it's 1 round, it's Leaders Esports here, fighting for an opportunity in the final zone.
Yeah, and this could be the opportunity for Seoul to maybe make another run for that winner chicken dinner. I mean, if that's the case, it's going to be an absolutely insane day so far. But look at Leaders, right? They've got the numbers advantage moving in from that southern edge. They don't necessarily have the terrain advantage, but looking at where the zone has taken them, it seems to be a relatively even ground across the board. But it's going to be on to Leaders now to capitalize on their numbers here, looking to get themselves potentially spread out and just bring in that additional coverage while we wait to see where this next shift is going to be taking us. Still, everyone just playing on the edge. No one wants to take that plunge and push on forward, but it moves up in favor of 1 round.
Oh, now an opportunity is lying in wait. 1 round. They've got the height. They've got the zone. They just need to take out Leaders Esports and Seoul, who are on the outskirts with a very awkward rotation. Leaders, yes, they can make a bit of a dash there towards the western side, but Eflex sitting and waiting and holding the line, just opportune moments away from potentially giving leaders a bit of a haircut.
Well, both leaders and one round could definitely benefit of having, a super successful run. As we know, the players there from leaders sitting on 4 eliminations, now going to be making that push. Morteza will be sending themselves forward, just trying to get themselves situated up in that zone, setting up a bit of an anchor point here. But it's heavily defended. One round will not let anybody pass them by. As you can see, Eflex just quickly patching up that little bit of a deficit with the health. Hebo finds the spray, though, off in the distance. Let's see now. Could this be the rush for Soul and leaders to get the jump on one round?
I do like this opportunity now. Soul Esports finding Shadowin. Turn around here towards Eflex, who steps up, who looks for that angle. Leaders right now, they've got one down. But they still have the remaining 3, but finding these angles are not going to be easy.
Well, here we go, right? The sheer numbers working out for everybody at this point, as there's no particular point to be focusing on. As they still have 8 players left, keeping the contention exceptionally high. But here we go. Moha just waiting for leaders to breach that edge. And they're going to find those headshots just lined up in pretty close succession. But of course, the utilities are going to be sent out in preparation here from leaders, wanting to try and blaze their way on through. But Soul now having to kind of face the odds here as they have to push on forward. Hemo makes a quick dash for that zone, pushing forward. It's going to be Twigs to get traded on down. And now it all relies purely on Hemo's performance to see if they have any future pushing further and further forward.
And I mean, you're hiding behind a tree. There's only so much you can do. Now it's going to turn on to one round and leaders esports. A 3-on-3 here for the final moments as Carryboy does go down. The turnaround has to happen here for leaders, but these nades might stop them from doing so.
Well, this is going to be the opportunity. Up comes Eflex. Looks to find the angle on towards Morteza, but that vehicle is going to provide sufficient cover. Now looks to ride the edge with that Mark 14. Up comes Eflex. Finds the first. Oh, down they go, though. Chico gets taken in. Eflex getting traded, and now it all rides on Moha, looking to see whether or not they can find the jump on leaders to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. Up they come, finding quite a bit of damage here, but wasted now, trying to strafe around the rock. Looks for that opportunity on towards Moa, but there's no clear line of sight just yet. Wasted going to use the opportunity to get that health bar patch up. The same goes for Moa. Up comes Wasted, trying to push forward, finds the confirmation, and there we go. It is going to be the winner chicken dinner locked in for Leaders Esports.
We love to see it. We mentioned Leaders Esports and their just surprise performances as they jump into the fray and pick up those winner chicken dinners from time to time. And here is one of them, 8 eliminations to boot as well. So a very good just management from Leaders Esports in those final moments. In that 3-on-3, it was a crazy scenario to have to manage, and they were on the back foot for majority of that zone. As we know, the zone had a bit of a favorite in those final moments, but a good management does mean that a winner chicken dinner will be in their future.
Well, that perseverance really paying off favorably there for Leaders Esports. And, it's great to see that consistency being brought in, right? They had the numbers advantage moving through. The positioning was a little bit sus at the one point, but at least they managed to piece it back together, just continue to advance forward and keep the pressure and the tension up. But I gotta say, right, that 3-way engagement that we had happening between the players there from one round, as well as the players coming through from Soul Esports, it made me hopeful that we could maybe see Soul step up and claim their second winner chicken dinner. But unfortunately, it was not on the books for them, and Leaders stepped up and just absolutely dominated it. But of course, speaking about domination, we need to give our shout-outs and our love to our sponsors. So our first shout-out is, of course, going to be going straight over to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. So, of course, those devices right here in the middle, you cannot miss them. They're always on screen. We also got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And speaking about monsters, that was kind of what we saw come through from Leaders over on Miramar.
Yeah, and they tend to do that. They stay quiet, for the first couple of maps, and then, they decide, okay, well, maybe a Miramar, maybe an Erangel. We're just going to switch up the heat, and we're just going to take that winner chicken dinner. And again, Leaders Esports are one of those teams where the individuals constantly they know how to manage those one-on-one scenarios. They know how to peek around. I mean, in those final moments, there were no nades that could assist them. There were very, very little, heals that could actually come through. But managing just the stress to calm down, to say, okay, we're going to get a heal off, we're going to pop through, we're going to take this final shot, and actually we're going to get it. So that sort of confidence is really what seems to be the showstopper for Leaders.
Well, speaking about showstoppers, let's take a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure. Of course, there's going to be one round coming in with those 12 eliminations alongside their second place finish to secure themselves 24 points and take that pole position with regards to points. Of course, Leaders coming in on 23, but Seoul Esports keeping the effort strong, right? Also locking in those 8 eliminations and 0 tolerance. A team we were hoping to see pop off, doing exactly that with regards to eliminations. Unfortunately, not finding enough of those placement points, but still 11 points. That is a good amount of points to lock in.
It's a good start. And as we mentioned, these double-digit points have been very rare for some of the teams. We tend to have those very top-heavy placements where, the top 3 will just have a fantastic day or two, and then the rest will have to settle for those single-digit points as moving up into their overall standings. So great to see Zero Tolerance also making an appearance alongside Super Young Stars. Desert Flame, good little bit of management there for them to actually get into such a good placement, especially considering the fight that they had to take with VST, ending themselves in, only Buden remaining and able to actually make any sort of rotations there. So I am very impressed by the teams like Darkness and Desert Flame, who started obviously off with that in the back of their mind, thought that, okay, well, first week wasn't the best. Coming back into this first day of the second week, they've already shown such great improvements.
Yeah, I mean, definitely seeing the players there from Darkness just stepping it up looks absolutely phenomenal to see. But of course, I mean, the players here from one round, right, pretty much tied with the amount of points that they were able to secure, sitting right there alongside Darkness as well as Virtual Gaming, all teams sitting on 6 points apiece, but, not being able to get themselves onto that first half. Of course, VST is going to be situated there with their 4 points up in 10th place. And then that's where we start to see a little bit of a drop-off. Slime4KT running into a few obstacles. I mean, as we know, they are a team to also find quite a bit of success over on Miramar, but it doesn't seem like it was on the cards for them this time around.
Unfortunately not. Again, I'm going to always say it because we are in an opportunity where the teams that are on this stage deserve to be here. They're the top 20 that we've seen coming through from Africa. There's a reason they are here performing for us and actually competing in the first place. But there's always going to be those teams at the end. There's always going to be teams that unfortunately have to be the so-called sacrifice moving into our scoreboards. So it's okay. Shake it off. We know what these teams are capable of. We have to keep in mind that we're only on the first day of the second week, and in moving into our last map, I still can't really call it. We do have Titans coming back, but Leaders Esports stepping up in a very big way.
Yeah, definitely doing exactly that. But let's take a bit of a look at a few of our highlights from this past match as we move on through. And I have to agree with you, it's great to see the players from Leaders stepping up, right? Titans, they're already proving to be quite a formidable force, but fortunately this time around, Titans weren't participating, so it opened up that opportunity for our other teams to rise to the occasion, looking to try and close that gap on Titan, because as we saw coming into this match, Titans was sitting with pretty much a 60-point lead, which is absolutely insane to think of.
That is a lot to think about, especially considering, as we mentioned, they only did that in 3 maps. That's a little ridiculous. Nearly 30 points a game, or just a little bit under that. So let's see what they do on the last Erangel, shall we?
Yeah, well, before we get into our final Erangel, we are going to be jumping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds we will
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa fall season for 2022. We're getting ready to move into our very final match of the day. We've been seeing absolutely insane efforts being brought in by the teams as they've been stepping up to the challenge. Of course, Titans running away on that scoreboard. Let's see what's going to happen as we move into our very last match here for day one.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy one. As you mentioned, right? Titans running away with those 60 pointers. We did just have a map where we didn't have to worry about Titans, or at least the rest of the teams didn't have to worry about Titans. But now how is that going to change? Are Titans going to continue their just legion of war against the rest of our competitors? Or will we have an answer? Of course, Virtual Gaming, Slimefork, One Round, and Darkness have played their maps for the day, so we won't be seeing that fantastic consistency coming through from them anymore. But the rest of the teams, hopefully, they have a bit of an answer to the aggression that Titan has been showing.
Well, we'll see. We did see, leaders jumping at the opportunity to try and close that gap, right? But as we move up once again, we now have Titans here. So leaders are going to be tested, right? To see whether or not, they can kind of keep up the stakes, even though we have our strong contenders in the mix here. Of course, Teak, P6 just leading the board once again with the most eliminations. But fortunately, we do see at least one of the Slime 4KT players there in contention, none other than Koa. But here we have it, right? It is going to be up to where these positions will provide for the teams as the zone now takes its shift all the way up towards that northeastern side. I gotta love where this is going. Already you can see a big concentration for these teams coming through on towards this more western side with Arab Golden and Soul going for the usual kind of drops. Further down towards those more southern edges. But look at what we've got coming up. I mean, there's quite a bit of a play to be had here as that entire zone is pretty much open for the taking at this point in time. Again, we don't know exactly where everybody's going to be looking to get themselves situated in towards, but they'll have more than enough opportunities to accomplish any of those plays. Of course, taking a look at all our teams that we have here, we can see quite a few contenders looking to step up to the challenge here, right? It is going to be that opportunity once again now for Legends of War to see if they can find a few of those additional points, looking to just get themselves a little bit better situated with regards to the overall points. But Titans, definitely a team that is not in need of any potential points whatsoever, as they're going to be continuing to push further and further on forward. Of course, P6 and the rest of the crew situated down on towards that southern edge of the zone, pulling up in towards farm. And this is going to be a relatively comfortable position, at least for them in the beginning of this game, to get themselves situated, to get that loot situation sorted before really having to worry too much about where they're going next.
Oh, a little bit of a change up there. So, I was just giving you some practice on having to talk without me for a little while. But it's okay. It's okay. I'm back. As we take a look at this now, a change up here, of course, from Super Young Stars moving into Savoni. Wave, of course, still finding themselves there towards Rozok. And I don't know, it's a weird change up that we're seeing from a few of the teams. Not all of the teams, but a few of the teams. Zero Tolerance specifically on that northern point of Georgia Pool, which obviously normally would be the location that we would find one round, but now the change up has to happen. And our normal southern Georgia Pool, competitors in the form of 1 million, finding themselves out into a little bit of a walk in the grasses, just looking for some competitors in the form of Triple Esports here.
Yeah, nice little bit of a stroll coming through here from 1 million. But, they're venturing towards the hospitals because the M7 and the rest of the players there from Triple Esports already looking to get themselves a little bit more solidified. But we haven't seen any player falling just yet, right? Senke came pretty close, right? Losing quite a bit of health, but at least nothing that a few bandages can't fix. At least not for now. But it's great to see Triple Esports really rising to the occasion, really lining up the aggression quite early on and not really allowing the players there from 1 million to get off to too much of a head start, at least for the time being. But again, looking at what we have for the teams to play at here, still the entire zone is going to be open for the taking. And now we need to see where these western situated teams are going to be looking to venture up in towards.
I am very curious to see, what we would see from Blackjack Esports taking their rotation from Zaki.
Exactly.
It's that was location rotation. I was trying to say it at the same time, but that
It's
doesn't
the
work quite.
location.
A
They need to bring in the
lotation.
lotation. Yes.
The lotation of the rotation of the
No, just the location. That's both 2 in 1. Double whammy.
Yeah, but how can you rotate but also locate? Okay, okay, well,
Easy.
yeah, I guess it could work.
Easy.
I guess it
I
could
don't
work.
know
Okay,
how, but easy.
they're gonna take a locate. Okay, no, it's already broken me. Stop it. Looking at Zero Tolerance, who are just south there towards that Georgia Pool container. If they do take that dash into zone, I would hope that it would be more of an eastern descent, as that would at least avoid them some hassle in terms of Georgia Pool containers. Of course, Desert Flame have taken the opportunity to move into that location as well. So they're just up ahead of Blackjack Esports. We do have a little bit of that congestion towards the eastern bridge of the Sanhok military base island, as Arab Golden are trying to opt for this rotation. And obviously we know Seoul has joined them on the military base island, and Titans are on the mainland holding that bridge rotation.
Well, I mean, that bridge rotation could be quite essential, but we'll see how that one kind of pans out once the teams really start to prioritize those rushes and those pushes to get themselves back on towards the more northern edges. But for the time being, we are seeing a nice little bit of a grouping or clumping happening in towards that more centered zone, right? Desert Flame moving in, trying to get themselves set up ahead of any of, the major traffic that could be finding its way on through. Of course, Wave and the players there from Leaders are going to be going about their business. But the Super Young Stars, right? Feeling a little bit empty at this point, right? They don't have the usual suspects alongside them up in Savoni.
Yeah, I was coming into today just wondering what's going to happen with our resident nemesis, right? We've got Super Young Stars normally going for virtual gaming, and they find each other not just on Erangel, all right? We've seen them find each other on Miramar too, and even Sanhok. So it's a true nemesis story, and I'm going to stick to that. But what is weird is that just as they get over that obstacle, they now understand how to handle virtual gaming. Well, now that the group shuffle comes along, and no nemesis for you, at least not today, maybe tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow. But it is definitely a weird change up. And again, because of these group changes, we are seeing those drop locations, those secondary drop locations being also important for teams to make use of, because all of a sudden you get dropped into a completely set of circumstances that you need to have a backup plan for. If you don't have that backup plan already established with your routing, with your rotations, or your low rotation, whatever we said earlier, it's not going to work for you.
Well, I have to agree with you on that one, right? I mean, but I think we are going to be seeing a little bit of a strategic change up coming through from Super Young Stars, especially when we get to day 4, where we're going to be having those 3 Erangels, right? So I'm expecting to see quite a bit of excitement at least when we get to that point. But for now, the only excitement we're going to have at this point in time is going to be the players here from VST holding on to quite a centralized position. They've got leaders situated just down towards that southern side. South of that is going to be the players from Myth. North of EST or towards that western side is going to be none other than Wave. So quite a few teams now starting to circle on through. And this is where I think VST will have to find a good angle to try and take. Really going to be jumping at any of these opportunities, because the moment you let any of the teams within the vicinity get a bit of a foothold, that could spell out the end of the road.
Yeah, there's no real option here for some of the teams if that were to happen, but Leaders Esports, of course, we know they've already picked up one win in a chicken dinner. Can they replicate that with Titans on the same map? Can they replicate that with the resident absolute dominators? That is the question for me, because at least they would be one of the closer teams, since Slime4KT is not here to bring their own aggression. Looking at the rest of the teams, of course, Legends of War just behind Mad Knight, moving into that southwestern location. Could be a little bit of interesting action happening there. And of course, Arab Golden and Seoul Esports seem to have come to an agreement. They have decided that the winner is going to be going first, just behind, of course, the Titans. Unfortunately, for that decision to have been made, some knocks had to happen.
Yeah, for that decision to be made, yes, I 100% agree with you on that. But of course, looking about decisions, right, there's going to be Hemo deciding to come through with a spray down right on towards Arab Golden. Quite a bit of a fight still happening for control of this bridge, but as we know, it is very, very deep in that blue zone. But Hemo is not going to stop until they find that pop right there. It was going to be Ilias to get taken right on down, and now the Arab Golden team left with a few more players. We can see Angelo, Ban, and Sin, but none of them have taken that plunge and actually committed to rotating across that bridge. But of course, that is a result of Soul putting up such a defensive position here as well. And now it is going to be YC to fall, and all their hopes and dreams turns to their final remaining hopeful here, Hemo, who does manage to save Twix at least, just in the nick of time.
But like you said, there's decisions that need to be made, right? Because
Big
they still need to rotate. Big decisions. They still need to rotate on into the zone. And as we know, Titans have at least decided to alleviate some of that pressure. They moved into zone as well, outside of the blue. They couldn't, hang around on the edge of the bridge for too long. But Arab Golden, in the midst of all of this chaos, have decided to stick around, all right? They've already lost one. They're looking to take at least the remainder of Seoul Esports out off of the map, off of the table, so that they can alleviate some of that pressure. So we can see Twix now trying to make a dash for that western bridge, potentially, as their options are pretty limited, but the longer they take for this rotation, the longer they force themselves into this blue zone.
But I mean, this is where I'm a little bit fearful for Arab Golden, because they can't really afford to get taken out early on, right? We know that they are situated much further down on the overall ranking, so they definitely need to keep the pressure up. They need to try and play for those placement points as much as they can, and not turn all their focus on trying to find a few eliminations out in the blue zone. That's not the ideal approach to be taking here, because they were going up against Seoul. Seoul, the team that is, as we saw, much higher on that leaderboard. So, it wouldn't be the end of the road for Seoul, but definitely not the kind of favorable play coming through for Arab Golden. It does seem like they've at least decided to focus their efforts a little bit more on positional play. But speaking about positional play, smack dab center zone for the time being. We have the players here from the Super Young Stars situated alongside Wave. Neither team's going to be looking to, get into the swing of the things just yet. Instead, just doing their due diligence, keeping their angles pretty clear, making sure that whatever vehicles they spot, they make sure that there's, no one really moving those vehicles up just yet. But that smoke is going to signal a few things over to D3S.
Absolutely, the trigger could be there for, of course, just a little bit of a jump in from Wave Esports into Super Young Stars territory, as we do see them taking control of that central location just out of the clutches of Wave, who do generally find themselves in this location, so they're going to be a little bit butthurt that they didn't get to this compound first. That zone shift just around the corner, so we'll see. Ooh, it will actually favor the side here of Lag Esports alongside Myth, and a little bit of that leaders action who are finding themselves smack bam center zone.
Yep, yeah, smack bam is going to be where it's at, right? It's going to be up to Shadow and then the rest of the players coming through from leaders, but meanwhile, Vortex Going to be caught in a bit of the crossfire here as 1 million looks to make a dash for it. It's going to be Lazy Boy looking to lock in that elimination. One more tap. There we go. That's what you need to do. And that is going to be zero tolerance now reduced down to 3. The rest of the crew going to be utilizing the ridge line to try and find that rotational pathway. But fortunately for them, there is hope. Because once they get onto this road, it's smooth sailing forward. Not unless, of course, the players there from 1 million opt for a very similar rotation.
Yeah, that's always going to be the unfortunate question in the back of all of these teams' mind is, yes, they can make this rotation, but who else is going to be joining them? At this point in time, it is VST joining Desert Flame Esports here towards just the western part of Yasnaya-Poliana, a little bit closer there to the river line. Of course, Power Boy and the Legends of War making their rotation straight through Titan's crosshair and not feeling too great about this one.
Oh, but let's see. Could this be the play where we see yet another dominating Titans coming out? It is going to be a little bit of a knock, right? One of the players from Legends of War now getting confirmed up as well as Obusa gets taken away. But here we have the rest of the team trying to wrap around, pushing further towards the north, trying to get just on the edge of the zone. But they're going to be having many options further up ahead either. And also then jumping onto Mad Knight, they find that quite a bit of opposition being brought in here by Team Myth.
Yeah, not a lot of options. Kingman bleeding out, and the Beast a little bit too far to actually make any, just to say anything about that. Joining with, of course, Agent 47. So Kingman might have to say their goodbyes just for now, but Broly, oh my goodness, alongside the rest of Myth, taking a little bit of a drive-by, so they have that information. You can see just Broly's so tempted to come on back for the buggy. Is going to instead get turned on with those barrels switched up by Mad Knight, who are looking for the revenge play here. Now, of course, Allah, next up on potentially the chop block.
Well, they could be, but it's all going to be dependent on what will come through from Mad Knight as Kingerman now gets taken down. Farok stepping up, but also now getting hit and met by a few shots. Beast trying to play this ridge. Up on Potato Hill, out comes the Mollies. Also, Agent 47 right there behind them in a position to bring a bit of that assistance on through. But out comes the exchange. Oh, look at the nade. Oh, but it overshoots. But fortunately for Mad Knight, Myth decides to disengage and just get themselves positioned on the very edge of zone. And this is where Mad Knight needs to make that decisive play. Are they going to push straight on forward or opt for a little bit of a changed rotation?
I would hope that they're going to go towards the western side. As we know, Titans holding firmly in that southeastern position. But of course, there's the zone shift. So this is the movement here for Myth. They know exactly where they want to go. They want to take control of that southwestern portion of the zone. The new zone, at least. Blackjack Esports just on the cusp of getting into zone quite safely with their current position. Of course, leaders, once again, one of the first teams to find themselves centered zone. So this seems to be at least a trend for the last 3 phases. We'll see if that continues on, as we still have 16 teams up and alive, vying for their position within this next zone.
Yeah, we can see some great shots coming through here. As Zero Tolerance now trying to defend all the way up north, but it's going to be, it's not going to be worth it, really, because they still have quite a bit of ground to cover, seeing that that zone is now taking quite a bit of an aggressive shift away from them. Meanwhile, Blackjack situated onto that very edge of zone, continuing their focus onto the players here from Lag, as well as Desert Flame, looking to snuff out a few more players in the vicinity. But unfortunately, or fortunately rather, those meds are going to come through. And Blackjack now just quickly trying to strengthen themselves, moving in here to Alamo, but not quite sure whether or not we are going to be seeing a full-on send coming through from Lag, or potentially even Desert Flame.
I would say for Lag, there's going to be a little bit more of a delay in that stand coming through, because they still need to get their 2-1-1 split a little bit more condensed, moving into a final push. And right now, their focus is split. Of course, Arab Golden has suddenly joined the fray just behind Lag, making their rotation in from that military island. Finally, safely, they join the rest of these teams. Titans moving on in from the southern point is also going to potentially force the hand of Arab Golden, as they currently find themselves in a bit of a sandwich.
Oh, the Legends of War not having a good run this time around, as we can see them getting taken down first and not a single elimination to their name. Meanwhile, the aggression will continue. Now, Blackjack need to try and defend their position here. See Lag still looking for a bit of a play to make, opting for a little bit more of that southern play. Oh, but look at that. Zero Tolerance feeling the pressure. Titans also coming under fire. And this could be Lag looking to close it up. We can see Teak off in the distance, but Fantasy, the rest of the crew, are looking to move in, get that anchor point set up. And if they are going to be looking to push through the side here of Arif Golden, they need to be super quick with that reaction.
Absolutely. As we know, Lag moving on through, they need to get themselves into zone. They might take their pathing right through Arab Golden's current position. And that's all going to depend on what information they might find. In the meanwhile, Desert Flame finding themselves not in a great position. Buden out-knocked it around, and now Seoul Esports looking for the rest.
Yeah, out here bowling for eliminations. We can see Twigs now just in the opposite end. Oh, but Hemo gets taken down as DWAS finds the hit with that nade. Beautiful play. Now, Blackjack off in the distance, trying to move up. A little bit of a shaky position, especially here for DWAS. But this ball could be that extra bit of magic they've been hoping for. So you can see Klasa holding up alongside them. Morteza and Gary Boy going to town, as we can see off in the distance up on the map. Just lighting the action in. Now, 1 million feeling that pressure. But look at Blackjack, right? Riding the edge of zone. Blue zone is going to start pushing on forward. Taking a bit of a swing now as the zone goes further towards that western edge. And actually, this is looking quite favorable, especially now for Desert Flame, right? They can continue this position and let's look to pick off Blackjack should they decide to rotate forward.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of teams, as we said, that is in the way if they do make this rotation, even in the zone. Certainly VST, in the form of 2 members of VST, that would really stand in their way of taking that position within zone. The rest of the teams, of course, not as easy of a rotation. Myth, of course, looking to make a dash into zone, but Triple Esports, their presence here is a threat. It is a distraction moving into the rest of the zone. Black 7 up a little bit closer to get some information, maybe looking for a turnaround or an angle into the action.
Well, maybe they could, but this is now going to be that opportunity for Hainsley and Zuxley to just show us what they've got. Hainsley trying to cook up the nade, but we do see a quick repossession coming through as Blackjack trying to just get themselves spread out through this position. Oh, Zane solo on that health bar, but they're now going to be feeling it as Desert Flame also creeps ever closer. Soul also rotating up the edge, but up comes the strafing here from Hainsley. MG quickly dropping down to evade the damage, but it's not going to be enough as Hainsley comes rushing forward. Chronal now starting to lose health left, right, and center. And this could be VST to push up, close it out. Up comes the rush. Hainsley trying to do the due diligence, not finding the angles just yet. But Chronal quickly patching themselves back up. Does take even more damage as the Molly gets sent on through. And that is going to be their fate absolutely sealed.
Oh, absolutely. Back into the lobby. Mad Knight down to 1 layer alongside the team of 1 million and Seoul Esports. As we can see, Twix out in the blue zone, making a dash into the zone. Oh, just narrowly makes it. But oh, this is the wrong angle you should be going. This is not the way you want it to go. Straight into Desert Flame as they get confirmed back into the lobby. The rest of the teams, however, they're fighting for supremacy of center zone.
Yeah, but look at that, though. I mean, it's going to be Legends just ripping it up. Leaders, rather, as they find the plays on towards the Super Young Stars. The Winky now left to defend, but let's see, will Winky be able to keep it up? Morteza up on the ridge, trying to push across. Oh, 1 nade could definitely seal their fate, but up comes Shadow with no nade needed as they now push forward, not finding the position on towards Winky, but up comes the push, and they do succeed. It is going to be Leaders to lock it up. Super Young Stars get sent away. Down to our final 9 teams we go.
Leaders with a quick turnaround there and a quick cleanup for Super Young Stars, but they need to be even quicker with their recovery. As we know, a lot of the teams moving into center zone. Taking a look at Arab Golden, of course, coming through from this eastern side or eastern portion of the zone, fighting against VST. That zone shifting and focusing towards Lag, Wave, and Titan. So their time here in this location is numbered. And looking for a better way to navigate into zone.
Wow, I gotta say, these utilities are looking absolutely insane, right? I don't know how many they've got and where they found all of them. As you can see, Hainsley doesn't have any frag grenades left. Now down to only the smokes. And that could buy Hainsley enough time to fall back towards Zuxi. But both these teams still having to rotate towards the zone. It is going to be a pretty challenging play to make. But no one wants to be the first one to get caught out in the open. It's going to be Arab Golden now still continuing on with the barrage. Meanwhile, Hainsley takes a bit of damage, but Lag moving in right behind them. And they're not really even focusing in that direction. So this could be VST and Arab Golden's final play.
Yeah, Lag Esports, they're not really worried because they're in center zone. They have such a good position. They're more worried about Wave Esports and maybe Titans. Arab Golden now turning their attention here to Desert Flame, who are also on the outskirts of zone, yet to navigate into safety. Arab Golden, they need to make a dash. Ainsley somehow finds another nade out of nowhere and is looking for that connection onto Arab Golden.
Well, Sin now taking quite a bit of damage as they try to put that space in between, but unfortunately it's not going to be on the cards. Down they go, Legends, leaders rather, now rushing on forward, running right over Desert Flame, putting them down, and off they are. It's now up to the play coming through here from Titan, sneaking in behind leaders, finds that opportunity, at least on towards Shadow. Unfortunately, the rest of the crew have positioned themselves much further away, but this is where the elevation comes into play. As you can see, Ainsley now getting hit by that nade, the shots ringing in. Oh, the leaders might be out of the woods, but not out of the forest.
No, absolutely not. A lot of trees, though, to work with, as we can see. EST also going down, unfortunately not having enough of that hard cover to work with as they try and get closer to zone. Titans now feeling a little bit of the pressure thanks to leaders who are happy to just take a piece of Titans as well. So far, they've taken a piece of nearly everyone, sitting on 12 eliminations, so why stop here? And Titans now getting focused not only by leaders, but potentially Wave Esports next.
Well, let's see. Is this going to be another chicken dinner on the books for leaders? Definitely looking like some pretty strong contenders right here. 13 eliminations strong. They have all 4 players still in the game. Yes, there is a knock, but that knock is over onto a Shadowin. Not sure if they'll be able to patch that up. They do indeed, but there we go. Shadowin almost getting re-knocked, but a quick response follows through. Ooh. As it is going to be Titan Gaming to get taken on down. Gary Boy falls in the meantime, and with that, we are down to our final 3 teams. That is going to be Leaders Esports up against Wave and Lag, also now in contention for that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, but leaders running away with 15 eliminations? Just add another 15 on top in the form of a winner chicken dinner, surely. As you mentioned, though, it is Wave and Lag that stand in their way. And Wave with full numbers to boot. And Lag not far off. They've got 3. So still on the cards for either team. I would say, though, Lag's at least positioning currently feels a little bit better for me. They have some of that ridgeline, but Wave have this hard cover to work with and a perfect line of sight onto Lag's position.
Oh, but this is going to be that opportunity now. We do see at the top as well that the players from Titan have hit the century, already securing themselves 100 points in this very first game. I mean, that is more points than we saw in our very first week, right? 1 million ended on 77 after the first day. Titans sitting on 100, as you can see at the top of the screen right there. But of course now, Leaders Esports looking to lock in this winner chicken dinner. Wave being some pretty strong contenders, also having quite favorable numbers moving forward. But a lot of pressure now going to be riding on Lag. This could be the decisive play for all 3 our teams right here. Looking to see who's going to be the one to get that final chicken of the day. Of course, it is going to be Zakaria to get taken right on down. Leaders looking to make that play for their second winner chicken dinner. Finds the angles, up comes Wasted. Could this be on the cards now? Not finding any more eliminations just yet, but they do succeed in locking in those knocks. There we've got the confirmation. And down to 1 player it is now for Wave, but a Wasted getting found out. Fantasy rushing in with that DBS. Not pushing on that shot just yet. Gary Boy quickly just pushing themselves a little bit further forward, trying to just clear out the surrounding area. But Wave down to only Rhino. I mean, that is not a lot to work with, but maybe could still find some potential play to make.
Lag holding this line. Carry Boy moving on in with the buggy, just looking for maybe an opportune moment here to take 1 or 2 down, give themselves a little bit of space, but they've managed to fall to the ground. They're in the grasses, just snaking up here in Lag territory.
Well, this is Leaders' opportunity. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Fantasy still locked in with a DBS. Does get a bit of a hit coming through there from Gaga on towards Carry Boy. Let's see, could Lag now push all the way to the finish. They do succeed in at least getting that confirmation. It is Leaders down to 2. Rhino still in play, not out just yet. But Shadowin now sends out a few nades in the direction there of A9Q and Gaga. Not finding the exact position, but here comes the DBS. Oh, Shadowin with a quick response. That UMP just raining terror down on Fantasy. This is a turning point. Let's see. Will Lag be able to patch this one up? Gaga, A9Q, still just up ahead. No clear secured play just yet, but Fantasy could be able to provide quite a bit of information to the rest of the team. Rhino is going to be lying in steady wait, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, and for both of these teams, if they get tunnel visioned, if they forget that there's a third team lurking, this could be the opportunity that Wave need to take the winner dinner, either from Lag or from leaders, as they take quite a bit of damage here in between this contention.
Well, let's see where this is going to go, right? Shadowin holding steady. Morteza there to provide support, but down they go. Quick assist comes in. A9Q succeeds in taking them down by the Wave. Steals the play, and with that, an absolute run-away performance. What a crazy, crazy turn of events that was. Absolutely insane. Rhino rushing in and stealing the winner-winner chicken dinner from the clutches of leaders.
That's what I said. You can't get tunnel visioned, and all of a sudden they forget that there's a third member. They start to celebrate. They let their guard down, and well, hello. There's a little bit of an issue there in the form of Wave Esports taking up a winner-winner chicken dinner. So that's great for them in terms of placement. They didn't get as many insane eliminations that we saw that leaders did, obviously, but it's a really good start in terms of the points that they can pick up. Well, that was a game, DK.
Yeah, quite the game. We are, of course, going to be hopping into a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you guys in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season for 2022. Match number 5. We saw Rhino from Wave stepping up, stealing the winner-winner chicken dinner from the very clutches of leaders and Lag. I mean, that was absolutely insane to see. But of course, leaders just lighting up the feed with quite an insane amount of eliminations. But at the end of the day, the placement points going over onto the players there from Wave. Let's have a look and see just how many points Wave was able to solidify in that very sneaky approach.
Oh, it was very sneaky, but it will only grant them 18 points as both Lag and Leaders picked up some ridiculous eliminations. And when I say ridiculous eliminations, I'm obviously first looking at Leaders Esports, picking up 19. So even though they came in third place, they are on top of our log, just 1 point shy from that 30 bomb on our last Erangel of the day. So fantastic work coming through from them. Titans picking up 14. Of course, we know they've been massively consistent throughout the day, but I'm very happy that we have a bit of an answer to the Titan domination of today.
Well, I mean,
Well, at least,
Leaders bring in a very strong effort. I'm not going to lie about that, right? Well, they have also brought in the highest amount of eliminations we've seen in a particular match so far. So, I mean, Leaders really trying to establish themselves as quite the formidable force. And I have to say, they are actually quite successful in accomplishing that already so far today. But as we take a look at our second page, this is where we see a little bit of a result of Leaders' absolute domination coming through with regards to that aggression, right? 1 million only finding 3, Soul Esports only finding 3, Mad Knight also then secured on 2, with Myth also sitting on 3 eliminations, and then it's Donuts the rest of the way.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, those donuts, those bubbles, either way, whatever you want to call them, they will be dished out accordingly. But again, it's good to see that at least we even though we have such a dominating performance coming through from Titans, we at least still have some of the teams, you know, showcasing their prowess, showcasing in Leaders' fashion and elimination prowess on Erangel that we haven't seen yet before, especially not in this first day of Phase 2. Looking at obviously the overall rankings, that is going to be a whole different conversation, because that then we consider, okay, well, Titan Gaming haven't just been doing this in one map. They've been doing this the entire day, and with the most consistent and most satisfying points that we've seen so far.
It's 50-50, right? I'm not decided just yet. It's really a 50-50 situation we've got happening here for Titans. I mean, that is if you ever have OCD, this is the best way to satisfy Titans. Doing a glorious job, because they've got 2 winner chicken dinners across 4 matches, sitting on 50 placement points, 50 eliminations, culminating in 100 points. Right? That is OCD perfection right there. So much respect going out to the players there from Titans. Really satisfying. You know, a few of our OCD people out here, me being one of those. And then, of course, looking at Leaders, right? Take into consideration, right? Leaders were sitting on 37 points.
Yeah.
Before this last match. Now, 66 points in total. Absolutely glorious showing coming through them. And I mean, the effort really paying off here. As we can see, those eliminations, the second highest out of the entire lobby that we've got. I mean, 1 round behind them on 25, 7 eliminations away, but only managing to get themselves up in towards 45 points in total.
Now, what do you expect after getting a 19 elimination game? Like, of course, this is expected. So, at least Leaders now one of the closest teams to Titans' performance, at least on today's matches. Again, after the first week, you mentioned, you know, 1 million in one day, picked up 77 points, which already was also 2 winner chicken dinners. It was the first and the last game of the day, and they picked up a really dominating performance, but then Titans came back to just one up that, you know, just a little bit of competition, friendly competition, of course. But moving into the second page, 1 million, as you just mentioned, finding themselves this time in 9th place with 30 points. Again, very, very satisfying in terms of the placement to eliminations. So at least we have a contender in terms of the most satisfying points.
Yes, definitely a very close second with regards to OCD, but you know, a very surprising position to see 1 million in, seeing the sheer dominance that they brought in on that very first day. So it's great to see the lobby really rising to the occasion and making it so contentious for anyone, not allowing any major runaway plays aside from, of course, Leaders. That kind of just broke the mold coming into today. But what we've also seen is quite a bit of a shuffle with regards to positioning, right? Teams that were predominantly aggressive in that first week, having much more of a challenging time this time around, already just in the very first day. So we could expect a few things to come through. Either the teams from last week coming in way more aggressively moving into tomorrow, But we could also be expecting the teams that have been showing up so phenomenally today to just continue to ride that momentum.
Well, yeah, that will be up to the teams coming back into tomorrow's games. But of course, there is a little bit more that we need to discuss. As you mentioned, we did have 4 teams that had a bit of a tough start to the first phase of PMPL Africa Fall. But this time around, I think we might be looking at 4 different teams as we take a look at those last 4 teams. It's Mad Knight, Legends of War, Zero Tolerance, and Virtual Gaming, which again, very bizarre that we have to talk about these teams on this side of the rankings, but there has to be someone, right? There always has to be those 4 teams that weren't quite as crazy as the rest of the squads. So looking at this, Mad Knights, I am a little bit worried for them just in terms of today's performances, but it's again only 1 day's worth of games, and they still have the entirety of tomorrow. They have a break on Thursday to come back on the weekend much stronger than what they were before. And with the performance that they showed in the first week, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an immediate turnaround from them.
Yeah, I mean, what we are noticing is that we see Zero Tolerance and Legends of War in the same position where they left off last week. So I'm definitely going to be looking towards Legends of War and the players from Zero Tolerance to continuously bring that improvement moving into our remaining days for this week. But what we also saw is that we did have the players from Darkness and Desert Flame situated on that first page, right? That's the kind of rise that we want from these teams. Desert Flame, of course, situated all the way up into that 8th position. So they're feeling way more confident coming through into this next phase, moving into this next week. And we want to have the teams just riding on those confidence highs. And of course, Darkness, they are situated all the way up into 6th place. So definitely a great way and a way more favorable approach coming through from Darkness and Desert Flame. But of course, right, we are yet to see what the players there from Zero Tolerance and the side of Legends of War are going to be looking to bring through in tomorrow's games.
You did say what Z players, and then you said Zero Tolerance, so I saw that. I saw that going through there, Z players. But yeah, it's going to be a good opportunity for the teams, as you mentioned. We've already had 2 from those 4 teams step up in a massive way on the first day. Now we're just turning our attention to Legends of War and Zero Tolerance, who... Well, for Legends of War, it was that consistent startup. They're still working on how they're going to get into that action. But they somewhat found their answer on that last day of play, because we saw them finding themselves into the top 8, finding themselves into the top 6 in terms of the game rankings themselves, which boosted them into those 60 points, which boosted them out of that 20th position. So I know that Legends of War have the capability. I'm just not sure when they're going to choose to bring that action in. If that is that they are, once again, also just adjusting, like the rest of the teams, to the new groups, to the new maps, and bringing that strategy in for the rest of the week.
Well, it could be on the cards, right? We'll have to wait and see how much of an adjustment they are going to be looking to bring on through. But of course, we need to give a lot of love out to Oppo once again. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. Now, we've been seeing a lot of gamer modes being implemented throughout the entirety of today, right? Game 1, off to an absolute banger with the players there from Titan, stepping up with that winner chicken dinner, rather. We followed it up with a little bit of that soul action coming through. Then, of course, the return of the Titans coming in once again. So we've been seeing quite a bit of a trade-up with teams stepping in, claiming those victories. But, I mean, that makes me so excited to see what's going to be happening as we move into our later few days, right? We did have the players here from Wave, of course, stealing our very last winner chicken dinner, with Rhino literally almost stealing it. And then, of course, Leaders Esports also claiming their victory on Miramar itself as well. So quite an exciting day. Maybe we see a beautiful continuation of that moving into tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow has in store for us. On that note, of course, we are going to be ending the show right here for this evening. So thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. The teams being absolute legends once again. And we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow for even more PUBG Mobile action as we continue with day number 2 of week 2 right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa fall season for 2022.
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.